Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Tuesday, April 30th, 2024. I'll call the meeting to order. Just a couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room, where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on YouTube, and the recording is available after the meeting. The meeting is also broadcast live on your TV, Cogeco subscriber channel 10, HD channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all of these ways, video or audio recordings by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. I ask everyone to rise and join us in the singing of our national anthem.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please join us in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, I think you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
I do, Mr. Mayor, through you. I move that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, April 30th, 2024 be adopted as circulated and with the following amendments. Additions. Item 6.3, being a deputation by Kent Randall regarding an application to amend the Town of Lindsay zoning bylaw 2000-75 at 158 Colburn Street West, Lindsay, Francoeur, relating to agenda item 14.1. Item 6.4, being a deputation by Gabriela Calapos regarding the Energy Board decision to remove the subsidy relating to fossil fuel infrastructure for new development, relating to agenda item 9.3.3. Item 6.5, being a deputation by David Rappaport regarding the natural gas expansion in Bob Cajun, relating to agenda item 9.3.2. Item 9.1.2 being correspondence from Nadine Heaslip regarding short-term rental properties, relating to agenda item 9.3.12. And last, item 9.1.3, being correspondence from Jennifer Hurd and Rebecca Shillamat of the Peterborough and Kawarthas Home Builders Association regarding the Ontario Energy Board decision to remove subsidy relating to fossil fuel infrastructure for new development relating to agenda item 9.3.2.
Thank you. Did you have a seconder?
I do. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? And that passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with them accordingly. Councillor Warren, did you have something? Okay. Notices and motions. I'll go first today, just for a change. This past Sunday, April 28th, marked our National Day of Mourning, a day to remember those we have lost due to workplace injuries and illnesses. It is a day not only to remind ourselves to work safely and to ensure our workplaces are safe for others, but also to pause and honor our colleagues and their families. It is important to follow safety precautions, not just to protect ourselves, but our co-workers too. We each have a role to play in conducting ourselves safely at work, because one life lost or irreparably harmed is one too many. I'd also like to note, on behalf of Council and City Administration, I'd like to wish Craig Shanks, our Director of Community Services, all the best in his retirement. Craig began his career locally over 25 years ago, first with the town of Lindsay, just prior to amalgamation, and continued with the City of Kawartha Lakes. He served as Manager, Parks and Recreation, and has been the Director of Community Services for the last 12 years. Today is Craig's last day, and we will miss his constant championing and passion for community services and his fierce and unwavering support for his staff. Craig, thank you for all of your contributions to the community and the city. We are better as a result of your work, and we wish you and your family every happiness and great health in your retirement. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The 40th anniversary of the Sheila Boyd Museum will be happening on May 20th from 12 to 2, so come out and celebrate with me. As well, the Welcome to Summer event on June 8th will be happening with pretty much all the organizations in Bobcaygeon working together, so including Settlers Village, all the groups, Environmental Action Bobcaygeon. This year, the electric vehicle event is going to be in Bobcaygeon. It's been in Lindsay for the last 2 years, but seeing we have a new EV charging station, we thought it would be a good idea to have it in Bobcaygeon. So that's going to be a great day. So come on out on the 8th of June. As April is ending, may I remind everyone that Earth Day is every day. But there were lots of things happening to help the environment in April, from Gaminge Nature Center event to many groups and people picking up garbage. Let's keep that momentum going all year. International Bird Day is on the 11th of May, and there will be events happening at Ken Reed, so come on out to that. That's going to be a really special day. So I will also want to thank all the volunteers in the community that make all of us shine. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, thank you. Got a couple items here. Just want to let you know I attended the Art Gallery 2024 student exhibit and presented some awards along with the mayor was there to high school students. There was a lot of talent in that room, and they were definitely all winners that night for sure. On April 5th, the Food Source had their opening house and tour at their facility on 164 in Needham Street. And it's an amazing place, amazing staff. So thanks to all of them who work hard and are dedicated to the Food Source. Also with the mayor, I attended an F4 public speaking competition as a judge for the very first time in Omemee. What an amazing day. I was very impressed and inspired how these young kids could stand up and talk about a subject of their choice in front of a big crowd. I think I took a few pointers home with me that day. April was Autism Awareness Month, and I'd like to thank all the people who provided education and services that foster and understand the children and families and others who are affected by autism. I had a couple first. I went to my very first, the mayor and Councillor Joyce and myself attended our first housewarming celebration for the Habitat of Humanity to welcome the newest homeowner in Lindsay. The family of 4 were very thankful and very emotional. They made a comment and a statement themselves, and they said, "A fresh start like this is exactly what our family needs. We can't wait to begin our new chapter together." It was just an amazing day, and I think the two people that were with me there and the mayor made a speech there, and when she made the speech, the lady goes, "Oh my goodness, the mayor's here." So it was a pretty exciting day that she had that. But again, congratulations to that family and the Habitat for Humanity and Peterborough and Kawartha regions that support to make this happen. It was just a wonderful day to see somebody so happy. Also attended the 2024 Awards of Excellence on the last weekend, and I wanted to thank the Lindsay Chamber of Commerce for a great evening to celebrate all the leaders in our community, which there was quite a few. And a great shout out for the IU Weldon girls curling team. They won the gold medal, all Ontario, in Kingston, and congratulations for a great accomplishment for them. So anyway, that, and just, I don't think I've ever mentioned this before, but I just want to remind everybody that the plumbing match is coming, October 1st to the 5th in Lindsay. So anyway, hope to see everybody there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
I don't think I'm going to be able to up that. Congratulations I want to extend to Beverly and Paul Williams in Bethany. They're celebrating 50 years in business just in the Bethany community, and they operate and own Design Studio and Secret Garden. This duo is highly recommended and have incredible accolades and awards in their artistic designs and creations. They're actually hosting an open house on May 11th and 12th in Bethany. Another is the Janetville Community United Church is hosting a yard sale on Saturday, May 11th from 8 to 3. Those funds will help the United Church and, of course, the local food bank. And I'm always about the food banks. Remember, always give when you can. And also just the annual Victoria Day weekend in Bethany on May 17th to 20th. And I want to just echo the same sentiments as Councillor Warren, saying that the 20-minute cleanups around our communities were incredible to see in so many communities, and you really are making a big difference in City of Kawartha Lakes. So thanks to all those volunteers.
Councillor, do you want to say anything about the Manvers Swans?
I would like to congratulate the Manvers Swans. They had their certification there last week, and they're a group that have come out of the Omemee Swans. It's incredible to see these groups that are forming in our communities and making so many community fundraising opportunities and helping some of the groups that are struggling locally when it comes to volunteers and whatnot. So I think anybody that's thinking about having swans come up in their community is a very good idea. And I want to congratulate all of them. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Let's pretend Director Robinson isn't here. To anybody on council, if you've got groups doing cleanups, you can get some garbage bag tags from Constance. Okay? No. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I've got another report here from our CEO of our library, public library system, Jamie Anderson. And he wanted me to relay to everybody that the public library is about so much more than just books. The Community Pass collection allows families to enjoy local activities and attractions free of charge. And new is the library has partnered with Parks and Recreation to add swim and skate passes to this Community Pass collection. Library patrons can now check out a family swim pass or skate pass to Lindsay Recreation Complex, or a swim pass to the Forbert Memorial Pool in Bobcaygeon. This allows families up to 2 adults and 4 children to enjoy these activities for free. You simply borrow these passes, just like a library book. It holds it in, and if it's not available, they'll hold it in the system for you till that pass comes available. 1 week at a time, ensuring ample opportunities for families to enjoy these amenities for free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you also for acknowledging today as the Workplace Health and Safety Initiative. I know Sunday was the day of mourning here locally observed for workers who have been killed in the course of their employment, and I know we're all committed to workplace health and safety here for all workers who keep the goods and services and key infrastructure that we all enjoy running, and so I want to appreciate that being mentioned today. Also, the Country Living Show was held not this past weekend, but the weekend before, 19th, 21st April, in Fenelon Falls, formerly known as, well, colloquially known by many forever as the Home Show. The Kawartha Country Living Show was very well attended. It was great as always. I know Deputy McDonald attended, as did Councillor Warren. So thanks to those who were able to make it. Of course, you were there, Mayor. And a big thanks and a shout out, congratulations to Shannon Rizal, the president, Mary Lee, the executive director, and the whole team that really comes together as a community to deliver such a great country living show enjoyed by all across Kawartha Lakes and beyond. Mayor, I must say I've received a letter that I really like to get. And I've been asked and had permission to be able to read some of this letter from Jardine's Funeral Home here to say thank you to the clerk's office, and in particular Sarah O'Connell, who was very helpful during COVID, and that many are not aware of the stress that this put on the clerk's office to set up the death line registration at this time that really helped Kawartha Lakes funeral providers. They were in the trenches of the pandemic and at a very short time frame for burials and cremation. This was a very difficult period, and the letter notes that the clerk's office, and Sarah in particular, really was there to be called on 7 days a week and provided support as required during this difficult period. The clerk's office provided same-day service and is still available in emergency situations. So Jardine said it was important to thank the clerk's office and Sarah in particular in front of the mayor and council, and know that Rob Jardine speaks on behalf of all funeral home providers in the Kawartha Lakes. A big shout out and thank you to the clerk's office and Sarah for all they do for us and the families they serve. So I want to make sure that was read into the record on behalf of my constituent. Again, as councillors, we love getting these these kinds of letters for sure. Very briefly, Mayor, and then I'll conclude. I didn't extract the flag policy, the flag lowering and the flag raising policy today. I'm really moved that it's been passed on consent. You may know that in there, we've included now amongst the dignitaries for whom flags are to be lowered at passing, both Government of Canada dignitaries and dignitaries of the government, the Indigenous governments here locally. For many, that might seem like a small thing. It's not. I was moved to see that in print, which gives Indigenous people and governments visibility to be seen, and also goes a long way towards building the relationship and is a small step towards reconciliation. So I really want to thank the clerk as well as Christina Briggs for the journey, the knowledge journey that we're on together and being so open, and also to all councillors around the table and you, Mayor, for having that included now in our flag raising and lowering policy. And last but not least, in concluding, I'd like to recognize the presence in the gallery of members of the Fenelon Cemetery Committee here today. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few announcements. I'd first like to recognize a local homegrown athlete, James Clark. James Clark is an MMA athlete, and he
had a unanimous bout victory on March 31st in Phuket, Thailand, and James is one of the top MMA athletes in the world, and he's got a great future ahead of him there. I just wanted to recognize him for his tremendous dedication to that profession, and he's an up-and-coming star for that profession. This past April 12th, I attended the Ontario Economic Summit, which was held in Ajax, and representing council was very interesting summit held at the Connecting GTA office, and met with different ministers from the Ontario government, councillors and mayors from the GTA, as well as business people. Durham region is the fastest growing region in Ontario, and we certainly hope to partner with them with many things in the future. So also a shout out to Rob Tyler Moran. He's Councillor Ward 1 for Ajax. He also has a residence in Ward 6. So I wanted to thank him for his work involved in that. This past April 19th, I attended the grand opening of Mark McCabe Tractors, and that was held in Centerline Road, just northeast of Downeyville. There were over 400 people that attended that. The McCabe family have invested a tremendous amount of blood, sweat, tears, and money into their new facility, and it's a world-class facility. If you're ever out that way, drop in and see the McCabe family. So congratulations to them. And also, speaking of the plowing match, we had a successful volunteer meeting last week, Wednesday at Bob Cajun Curling Club. So that was great. This May is Jewish Heritage Month in Canada, which launches on May the 1st. In 2018, Parliament of Canada adopted the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month Act to remember and celebrate the significant contributions that Jewish people have made to Canada's well-being and success. Over the past 6 months, Canada has witnessed an unprecedented upsurge in anti-Semitic incidents, many of them violent. They recently spurred 200 prominent Canadians to urge the Government of Canada to urgently convene a second national summit to combat anti-Semitism. This coming May 12th will be the Mother's Day breakfast and car show at the Dunsford Community Centre. This is an amazing event if you're ever out in Dunsford on May the 12th, Sunday, May 12th, Mother's Day. And it's put on by the Dunsford and District Lions Club. They'll be presenting Dunsford Wheels in Motion. There'll be a car show with cars, motorcycles, bikes, and tractors as well. So it's a great event if you're out in Dunsford to support the Lions Club. And finally, I'm wearing this daffodil here today to commemorate the daffodil campaign for the Canadian Cancer Society, and many people support the Cancer Society, the Daffodil campaign. Councillor Richardson, especially this month, and many other people around the table here and in the audience and in the public. I want to thank everybody for what they do to help cancer patients. I know my mother was a volunteer driver for 3 decades, and I went and she did a lot of work and sort of got my inspiration from her. Also, modern day heroes to me are people like Teresa and Mark Schwager in Thurstonia. This is a couple with a family. Both have cancer. Both are taking treatments. Both have jobs. Both are doing their best to make it through their cancer journey. So I really would like to have a shout out to those people. They're certainly true heroes in our community. So again, please support the Cancer Society if you can in any way you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, piggybacking on Deputy Mayor, the Kawartha Food Source being so important, they have a high tea at the Lindsay Golf Club on May 16th from 7 till 9, and all proceeds will go to the food source, so that's something I'm looking forward to attending. You mentioned the day of mourning. I just wanted to thank officially James Mulhern, Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Ashmore, and myself attended a really touching service at Victoria Park, so thanks to him and his team. Kawartha Concert Band and Kawartha Singers had fantastic concerts last month. Congratulations to them at Cambridge Street United. I dropped in to see Maddie at Thrive, and and Jess Spaniolo, and found it was neat to always find out how the different cultures are growing in Lindsay. There's now a Hispanic Facebook page, which I found out, which is very, very cool. And so she was excited to share that, and just another wonderful addition to the community. That was a nice chat to have. Congratulations to Manager Johnson and her team. The Pioneer Park public information session was absolutely fantastic, and I've had many comments from Ward 5 constituents who are very excited about that prospect up in the North Ward. So it was a great night, and I am still hearing about that. And the last two things, I'd like to thank the police service. I did a ride-along with Constable Johnson, and this time it was with the nurse Sheila, so the platoon that has our, that we've spoken to before. And man, just incredible stakeholder in the outreach programs that we have for the homelessness. And I'm looking forward to my next education with them. I'll go out in the evening where the service will, be a very different perspective. But I just wanted to thank them. Incredibly compassionate platoon and a real eye opener for me. So thanks to everybody who's involved in helping those who are least fortunate constituents. And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Joyce because we're all looking forward, a few of us are looking forward to a dinner on Saturday night to celebrate Machik, and he has a little bit more about it. It's new to me and not to him, so he's going to speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Smeaton. And Councillor Smeaton and Councillor Warren are joining me at the Lindsay Machik dinner. It's this Saturday, May 4th, at the Victoria Park Lindsay Armory. It's pretty close to my heart. This dinner has been going on since 2005. I've been attending since 2010. Of course, I got shut down through COVID, so this is the first dinner coming back after COVID. It's an amazing story. It's all about Pencho and Tsering Ragbi, who immigrated here from Tibet, eventually ending up in Lindsay, and decided one day to give back. And with our community of volunteers, partnering with Pencho and Tsering, have built schools in Tibet that didn't exist. It's quite an amazing story. I encourage you to look it up. In fact, the entire family, their daughters, Losang and Tashi, got individual PhDs and have continued. That's where they created Machik, which is now located in Washington, D.C., to further the Tibetan cause underneath, this Chinese rule. It's very difficult. Last December, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor General of Canada, awarded the entire family, all 4 members, the Meritorious Service Cross for their work over the years. So that right here in Lindsay. So that's gives you an indication of the work that they've done and the impact that they've created for children receiving an education in Tibet. Anyways, this dinner is this Saturday. I think tickets are still available. There's a silent auction, Tibetan food, of course. Sorry, Charlie, it's all vegetables there. But plus a silent auction and plus a bazaar of handmade jewelry and carpets and whatnot made by Tibetans. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to advise council and the public that if you're up in Ward 1, driving through Coboconk, make sure you stop and see our wonderful wharf project that's probably about 75% complete now. And council will remember funding this project a couple years ago in the budget, and it looks just absolutely dynamite. It's going to be a boon to the tourism and people stopping by boat in Coboconk. So kudos to council, and thank you to Craig and his staff for getting it done, and just come on down to Coboconk and have a look. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any notices from staff?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wasn't actually going to, but I just did want to sort of reiterate a couple of things, the remarks you made. Certainly a farewell to our departing director. Certainly the Councillor Perry recognized the day of mourning, which was very important to our administration and being a part of that, and I thank you for that. And also some of the kudos that I was hearing about staff and performance there, and it was a great lead-in. I just wanted everybody to know that May is actually Employee Appreciation Month as well, so we'll be kicking that off throughout the entire city through our senior management team and departments, and really encourage all of you to reach out and just have a chat and reconnect with our people. We're 1,200 strong, and there's a lot of different walks of life and paths that they take, and certainly would be looking forward to just having good conversations. We will be celebrating and we will be recognizing over the month some significant milestones as well as accomplishments from staff. So thanks for the opportunity for that. May is Employee Appreciation Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from any other staff? Seeing none, we'll move on. I need a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting of March 19th, 2024, and of the special council meeting of April 4th, 2024 be received and adopted. I will move her and second her. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. Comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Now move into item 6, which is deputations. Our first deputation is an application to amend the Town of Lindsay zoning bylaw 2000-75 at 158 Colburn Street West, Lindsay, relating to agenda item 10.4.1. We have Mr. Bob Stewart and Mr. Paul McPherson. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes.
Mayor Elmsley and members of City Council, we would like to thank you for this opportunity to express our community's concerns about this proposed development. I am Paul McPherson, living at 25 Walker Street for 27 years now, and with me today is Robert Stewart, who has resided at 6 Walker Street for 21 years. I'm a retired bank manager, having worked downtown for more than 20 years, and Councillor McDonald reminded me I'm also a former Citizen of the Year from the Lindsay Chamber of Commerce. We are speaking on behalf of friends and neighbors on Walker and Charles Street to express our serious concerns about the impact of safety for local residents if this proposal proceeds. For those members of council who have not been as familiar with the matter as some others, we have a brief summary of what brings us here today. The property in question is officially 158 Colburn Street West, where a duplex currently sits facing Colburn Street. The property also contains a backyard on the north portion of 158 Colburn. In September of 2022, the Planning Advisory Committee received an application for rezoning of that lot. The owner had submitted an application to the city to allow the building of 4 adjoining duplexes or townhouses for a total of 8 units, and they would be assessed via Walker Street. Walker Street residents had great concerns and objections to that proposal, and we submitted a petition with the names of almost all the homeowners from that street, and we addressed the PAC with our position. We outlined how we felt the proposed development was extremely lacking in amenities such as garages and yards. Snow removal on the conjoined units was going to be a problem, and how the parking of vehicles belonging to the owners of 8 units would impact the safety of pedestrians and drivers on Walker Street. In addition, the professional planning consultant that we contracted presented a long list of items of concern at that PAC meeting. At that September 2022 meeting, the PAC agreed the proposal was overly ambitious for the lot in question and recommended the matter be referred back to staff to have the developer and planner revise, that is, downsize the proposal. As directed by the PAC, a public meeting of the planner and neighbors was held November 2022 to discuss the concerns that we had. At that time, we told the agent for the property, Equiview Consulting of Peterborough, that a proposal of a duplex with 2 units would have been acceptable to the neighborhood, and we expressed feedback on the design as it stood then. Robert?
19 months later, the revised application was received by PAC on April 10th of this year, and that revised proposal was for 3 townhouses with 6 units. Some changes to the original plan were made. Our group came to the April 10th PAC meeting, and we basically stressed at that time that if the proposal had been for 2 townhouses with 4 units, we might not have objected. However, because of the current proposal of 3 two-story townhouses so close to Colburn and Walker, our concerns about the future safety at that already busy roadway were very evident. We want to emphasize that the only sidewalk on Walker Street is on the west side. This would be right by the 6 driveways that would be coming out of this proposal. And the most southerly driveway would only be 60 paces from Colburn Street. That's not enough space to ensure the safe coming and going of the pedestrians on the sidewalk, nor the vehicles on the street. Where Walker and Colburn meet, it is just 100 meters from the busy Angeline and Colburn Street intersection. There are no traffic signs, no crosswalks at Walker and Colburn. And vehicles not only enter Colburn from Walker Street, but they also enter from 2 parking lots on the south side, from the medical center and from a private elementary school. The only sidewalk on Colburn is on the south side, and it can only be accessed when you're crossing from Walker Street by crossing Colburn. A further complication was that Canada Post 10 years ago recognized that this was a very dangerous intersection, in that it moved the community mailbox from the south side of Colburn to where it presently is on the east side of Walker, which is right across from the proposed development. And residents driving to get their mail, this further congests the traffic in the area. Now, at the April 10th PAC meeting, the consultant for the developer stated that although there were 6 driveways, there would not be only space for 6 vehicles, but it could accommodate 10. 10 additional vehicles would be significant for this street, and it's so close to the Colburn-Walker intersection.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Okay. Additionally, there could be possibly 9 units as additional rental units would bring other vehicles into the area. It was suggested that we drive up to Charles. However, that exit from Charles is even more dangerous. There's only 70 meters from the top of the incline on Colburn until a car is seen coming out of Charles. The concerned residents of Walker and Charles Street believe that, as it is currently proposed, this project should not go forward. We acknowledge that the municipality has an obligation to provide new housing and that the province has also mandated. But we acknowledge and we trust you as our municipal leaders that you will do the planning correctly, that it will be done properly, that you will not jam things in where they don't belong. And therefore, we are respectfully requesting that the proposal to build at least 6 new housing units in the question not take place at this point, because the increase in density at the expense of the safety of all concerned is what we're worried about. It's as simple as that. I want to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Could I get you to just stay there for a minute? There may be questions. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bob and Paul, for coming. I just want to clarify that even though this project has been sent back 3 times in various ways at PAC, you recently demonstrated you're not being NIMBY. Again, with an understanding for the need for said housing by requesting consideration for 2 units instead of 3, simply in the name of safety, and as one planning committee member mentioned, a more balanced community benefit to those who are actually moving in. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
And that is still something you would consider as a compromise?
We would consider it, sure. We can't speak on behalf of the group, but it's something that would be considered, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, you put a lot of emphasis on safety. Are either one of you or part of your group a road safety expertise?
Oh, I guess we're not safety experts, but we live very close to the intersection. We see the traffic and the pedestrians moving daily. So I guess in the fact that we've been there for over 20 years, we observe what is going on. There was also a situation where a few years ago, a gentleman was killed on Colburn Street, right across from Walker, when he was struck by a vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputants? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Smeaton, Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? Thank you, and thank you for coming today. Item 6.2 on the agenda is speaking to the proposed heritage designation of 49 King Street in Bobcaygeon. That's the Bobcaygeon Schoolhouse. And we have Miss Lalitha Punsami. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
You got it right. Congratulations. Good morning. Thank you for giving me my 5 minutes here. I am here to address the matter of designating 49 King Street East in Bobcaygeon as a heritage building, and to follow up on the letter written on April 8th from my lawyer that was supposed to go into your folders on April 9th meeting, but it didn't. Now that letter is now part of the agenda under section 9.1.1. If anyone wants to pull it up, because I'm going to be referring to it in my deputation. As Ms. Shapira indicates in her letter to you, I am asking for the report to be removed from today's agenda, as I was unaware and had no knowledge of a heritage report being written. I had no knowledge it was to be put in front of council for approval, nor was I made aware of any site visits by staff to my property. I thought committees were supposed to be transparent, yet no one contacted me to let me know this was happening. The motion on the report was the motion was made by, excuse me, Ann Adair. Ann knows me. She's contacted me many times for other things, so I'm not sure why no one let me know. No one on the committee let me know or mention anything to me that this was being brought before council. So I find this a little unsettling. This report was being presented to you today, council members, under the illusion that this process has been transparent when it hasn't. Also being presented to you as a report that is inaccurate and incomplete, to also give you the illusion that this is a cut and dry case for you to vote on, letting staff be authorized to proceed with this process. So I'm asking for this report to be removed for recommendation today. I want the courtesy to be able to discuss with staff the inaccuracies that exist in the report, because I do not know how a building that was a schoolhouse, that has undergone so many updates and changes and renovations, can be determined as having significant cultural and educational importance. Excuse me. For example, in the report under design and physical value, which is one of the criteria that can be met, they claim the building demonstrates trends in education architecture in the late 19th and early 20th century that emphasized new ideas regarding hygiene, ventilation, and health into school design. This is in the report, and the report is your agenda is, I believe, 9.3.28. That's going to be presented later. Again, architecture that emphasized new ideas regarding hygiene, ventilation, and health in school design. I don't know how they came up with this or how it got into the report, because the building has been completely renovated several times by different owners in the past. It was a doctor's office and a residence at one point, which I know, then several different shop fronts, and now it holds a hair salon, a cafe, a real estate office, and 2 residential units. There are 5 new bathrooms, 4 laundry rooms, 5 kitchens. There is absolutely nothing left showing turn of the century ideas on hygiene, ventilation, and health in schools. This is just one of several inaccuracies. Also, just to mention, the entire roof has been replaced by a previous owner as well, including new modern windows, insulated windows, and aluminum window frames installed, and the old ones long gone. I've also added a deck to the building, which I got a loan from the City of Kawartha Lakes, part of the $1 million makeover. Thank you. And so I'm glad that this was brought to my attention by a friend, as I believe it is not proper procedure to have council vote on a report with many inaccuracies in it, which I am here today to let you know and confirm there are inaccuracies. So it would be entirely unfair to the process by keeping this inaccurate report in the agenda at this time. More importantly, if it were left in the agenda to be voted on, letting staff be authorized to proceed with the process, this would diminish the integrity of the entire designation process in the first place. So I am here to ask for someone on council to vote to remove this from your agenda today, which would give me the courtesy to be able to discuss the report with, I believe it's Ms. Turner, who is the Officer of Heritage Planning. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
First of all, make a motion to receive the deputation or...
Let's get a seconder then. Councillor Perry.
Thank you for coming, and when it was at committee of the whole, the question was asked if they were able to get a hold of the owner, and that was, they weren't able to get a hold of you, evidently. So that was...
well, this is my point and why I brought it up, because the motion was made
good.
by Ann Adair. She knows me. She's contacted me for other things. She has my phone number. She has my email. You know my snail mail. I'm very reachable, and I did not know anything.
That was the question I asked. But anyway, we could put a pause on it, you know, so you could have input. What are your main issues of not wanting to designate?
Well, as the owner of the property, looking at this report, which came to my attention through a friend of a friend, there's inaccuracies in it.
Okay.
So I don't know how staff can put something in front of council for you to vote on. I sit on a board for the Ministry of Health, and when things are presented in front of us, if there's any questions or whatever, we take it off the agenda to be brought back when there's no more questions to be asked about it.
Absolutely, and usually when designation happens, it's around the facade. And so the facade is still like it was many, many years ago. And you may not know, I had my office in there for 12 years, so I'm quite on top of knowing what the building is. So you still have the stairs inside and whatever. So usually the designation's around the facade.
Yes.
So when this comes forward, I believe the Ms. Turner is going to be here, so we can talk about...
Which will be nice, as the owner of the building.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful building, that's why I bought it. But, you know, being a beautiful building doesn't necessarily mean it is of heritage. Yeah. And even though there has been many changes, the turrets have been removed when the roof was removed, there's new windows and everything. But the brickwork, I agree, is beautiful. And, you know, I got a grant from the City of Kawartha Lakes $1 million makeover to do repointing. I put a lot of my own money into it. So, you know, I'm not... It's a beautiful building. I'm not saying that, but I don't believe council can vote on a report that is in the agenda at 9.3.28 if I am here today letting you know there's inaccuracies in the report.
It has been extracted.
I've extracted it.
Oh, yeah.
So it will be dealt with later in the agenda.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for the Deputy Councillor Perry?
Just very briefly, and thank you for coming today and expressing your concerns. I'm just curious, and follow up on Councillor Warren's question, if the report in your estimation and consultation becomes accurate, would you then as homeowner be in favor of the heritage designation?
I would seek counsel and before I could answer that, but as far as I'm concerned, you know, it's a beautiful building. I've worked really hard on it to get businesses in there. I want to see my businesses succeed. And there's actually another building on the property that holds a dance studio for little kids. We got the cafe, we got the salon, we got the real estate. It's at a corner of town that nothing really was happening other than it's next to the LCBO. So that's where all the action was. But it's in the corner of town that I've created its own little hub and buzz happening. So I'm really proud of that. And I do want to work, and I am concerned, you know, for businesses to succeed.
That's clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Item 6.3 is the application to amend the Town of Lindsay zoning bylaw 2000-75 at 158 Coburn Street, Lindsay, relating to item 14.1 on the agenda. Mr. Kent Randall from EcoView Consulting. Afternoon, Mr. Randall. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Elmsley. My name is Kent Randall. I'm principal at EcoView Consulting Services. We're the planners for the applicant for the zoning bylaw amendment at 158 Colburn Street, as was discussed by the deputants prior to the last deputant. I just want to start off by expressing our support for the recommendation from your staff, which is to approve the zoning bylaw amendment as proposed. It was brought up with the previous deputation that there was a public meeting in September of 2022. The application was deferred, but I just want to clarify that it wasn't deferred with instructions to downsize. That was not what the deferral was for. It was to respond to comments from the public and respond to comments from any other agencies that would come in. And as was discussed, there was an open house that was put on by the applicants, whereby we took comments from the neighbors and listened to comments and took them in and responded. The plans were changed, as was noted. It went from 4 townhouse units to 3. By doing that, we increased the landscaped open space. That was a big concern, was amenity space with the original proposal, so we did that. It also reduced the number of units that were proposed for the site. So I would consider that to be significant change. Just simply speaking, the original application, as far as we were concerned, was consistent with and conformed to all the planning documents, the pertinent planning documents, the PPS, the growth plan, and the City of Kawartha Lakes official plan, Lindsay's secondary plan at the time, the former Lindsay official plan. So downsizing it was something that the applicants did because they felt like they needed to respond to comments. They did. And so it was simply done not to further conform or be consistent with those documents. It was done to appease neighbors' concerns. And then I just want to say briefly about the safety issues. It was brought up in terms of safety expertise and that sort of thing. And I do want to point out that your engineering staff, your development services staff, they've looked at this application. They concur that it is safe, that those additional driveways are safe. I think when we get into situations like this, there's a lot of apprehension of impact that occurs quite often. That is a perfect example of that here in this case. And again, your staff has recommended approval. Why do they recommend approval? It's consistent with the PPS, conforms to the growth plan, conforms to the Lindsay secondary plan, which calls for this type of intensification within Lindsay. This is what it calls for. So there will be more applications like this, more happening, more coming in. It helps to achieve the housing targets that those ambitious housing targets, by the way, that have been set out. It's not just development that occurs in the greenfields that's going to help achieve that housing target. It's going to be development within the built boundary like this, intensification, gentle intensification, which is what this is. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I got a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce. Any questions for the deputant? You're off the hook. Thank you for coming. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next item is item 6.4, the Ontario Energy Board decision to remove the subsidy relating to fossil fuel infrastructure for new development. Relating to item 9.3.3 on the agenda, we have Ms. Gabriella Kalapos, and you have 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi there, everybody. Thank you very much to the chair and the rest of council. Thank you very much for allowing me time on your agenda. I just really wanted to speak to the importance of opening up the energy system in Ontario to ensure that we're not continuing on with the same old energy planning that has existed into the past and exists into the present that favors fossil fuel as our energy solution, when fossil fuel is not the only energy solution that we have available. I know that I had some slides that I wanted to provide on you, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on this issue. But why this issue is really important to bring up in municipal councils is because we do have an energy system that favors the status quo of using fossil fuels to meet people's energy needs. And that might have been the solution in the past, but it is not the solution at present, and it is most certainly not the solution into the future. And the importance of this is to reduce the risk of reducing the risk for Ontario's stranded assets that the rate base will ultimately have to pay for. In addition, it is absolutely imperative that we open up the market to exploring all of the energy opportunities available to us, both fossil fuels as well as electrification. And I do understand that there's a concern amongst people thinking about electrification as an energy solution because their mind is still caught up in the baseboard heating status of electricity systems in the past. That baseboard heating is not what we're advocating for and is not where Ontarians are going into. We have new heat pump opportunities, whether it be air source heat pumps or geothermal heat pumps that are available to meet people's energy needs in a low carbon, cost-effective way that is able to help Ontario move towards the low carbon energy transformation that we need to be moving towards because the rest of the world is moving in that direction. And ultimately, we really need to ensure that we're doing our due diligence on energy planning and considering all of our options to meet people's energy needs. In addition, I did want to kind of highlight one of the most important factors that we're looking at outside of the climate concerns and the climate emergency imperative that exists for us. There is also the risk of stranded assets. It takes between 40 and 60 years to pay for fossil fuel infrastructure to bring fossil fuel infrastructure to new developments. That exists for both the Ontario Energy Board decision for all new developments occurring in Ontario, as well as for the natural gas expansion program.
I'll get you to wrap up,
okay,
please.
I will. Yeah. Really, one of the key things is that it's really important for municipalities to play a leadership role in advancing the consideration of all of our energy solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have a motion? Councillor Warren and Councillor Perry. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming, Gabby. Do you believe the expansion of gas lines is under the purview of the municipality? And have other municipalities made motions to put gas lines on pause?
For the first question, absolutely. Municipalities need to be playing a much more active role in energy planning within their communities. It's called for in the provincial planning statement, and municipalities are moving in that direction with green development standards and community improvement plans that really identify the role municipality will play in helping their community advance the low carbon energy transition and ensuring that Ontario is going to play a part as a participant in this emerging low carbon economy rather than just be a consumer of other people's, other jurisdictions' low carbon energy economy. Most municipalities are, I shouldn't say most, many municipalities, I think we're up to about 12 municipalities that are having this conversation within their councils, really identifying the decision both the Ontario Energy Board had made with regards to Enbridge's fossil fuel subsidy, as well as for the natural gas expansion program. And I should also mention that the Ontario Energy Board didn't approve the natural gas expansion program because it didn't meet its cost-effective criteria. That's it was taken away. That decision-making related to the natural gas expansion program previously was with the Ontario Energy Board. The Ontario Energy Board decided that it wasn't cost-effective.
Can you stick to answering the question?
Yes. So there are about 10 municipalities that have sent a message supporting the Ontario Energy Board to the provincial government. There is increasing municipalities looking at the viability and the cost effectiveness of the natural gas expansion program. And I can share that one of the examples of a natural gas subsidy that's been looked at for the natural gas expansion program for the phase that Kawartha Lakes is advancing for the natural gas expansion, it comes to about $17,000 for each connection to be connected up. It's going to save between $250 and $1,500 on an annual basis. We don't know how many people are saving $250, nor do we know how many people are saving $1,500. But ultimately, what it means is between 11 years payback and 65 years payback to pay for that upfront capital cost infrastructure. That doesn't include the cost to the customer to advance to advance the fossil fuel net furnaces that they would need to benefit from the fossil fuel pipeline. So there's additional costs in addition to the pipeline for the customers that wouldn't be there as well with they did low carbon solution.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Just briefly, if I could, Mayor, and thank you for the deputation today. I'm interested in the suspended costs that the municipality could be on the hook for. Are you able to speak of, usually in most subdivisions or developments, how much infrastructure and connection the developer pays for, how much municipalities are on the hook in terms of the possibility of stranded assets in 10 years by investing in this infrastructure if the technology is overtaken by events?
I have to admit, I don't know the details associated with what the municipal responsibility is with the natural gas expansion program. But for the Ontario Energy Board decision, it's not municipalities that would be on the hook, it's the rate base that would be on the hook. So the fossil fuel Enbridge rate base is the one that would be on the hook. Because ultimately, that is it's the rate base that's going to pay for those infrastructure investments for new developments. That's really important to take in consideration. Municipalities have already advanced their development charge criteria to ensure that growth pays for growth. It's just that the Enbridge system it's the rate base that subsidizes the expansion of the pipelines into new developments, not the municipality itself. So it's not a liability to the municipality, but it's a significant liability to the rate base.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief follow-up. I think this is important. I really want to understand it. So, say myself as a subscriber to natural gas in the Enbridge, the gas expansion, I'm charged, say, $1,000 on my bill. I may only get 5 or 6, 10 years out of that investment. Is that how it works? Because I would be on the hook. I would think I would pay for the full thing, but I might not get that service. Is that how ratepayers are on the hook, potentially?
Yeah, let me give you an example. So if we take it, let's say for the Ontario Energy Board decision with fossil fuel for new infrastructure, they bring the pipelines in for the new infrastructure, for the new development. That development has a fossil fuel furnace. Now, that fossil fuel furnace is going to be lasting about 15 years. Chances are they're not going to get it out of the home before the end of its kind of asset lifetime. But in 15 years time period, it is very, very likely that home will not replace that system with another fossil fuel furnace, but will actually go towards a cold climate air source heat pump and remove itself from the Enbridge rate base. Therefore, that 15 years wasn't enough for the customer to pay for that infrastructure costs associated with bringing that pipeline to that new development.
I see.
And
Thank
instead
you.
of the customer paying for it, the rate base pays for it.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Deputy. I think, in your opinion, would you say that it comes down to choice, and would you respect people's choice of their energy source? Specifically, when we're talking about an expansion of natural gas, people want the choice. They're not being forced to bring this infrastructure into their property or into their community, but are you in favor of choice? Just to have that choice.
Yeah, I think that it's important that customers have all their choices available to them. The fossil fuel is just one of the choices. And I should also mention that the Ontario Energy Board decision is not a fossil fuel ban. It's simply following the infrastructure process that all other infrastructure covers. Electricity needs to pay for its electricity investments. The development needs to pay for pipes and roads and street lights. And that development is all part of the development charge rebate. It's development charges itself. But fossil fuel doesn't have that. It's already handed to developers on a silver platter, absolutely free. So if you're handed a free infrastructure, what decision and what choice is there really in the matter? Because we don't say no to free infrastructure. Having an accounting for the true cost of bringing fossil fuels to new developments and to new customers should be part of that consideration of what customers consider as part of their choices available to them. But if we subsidize it, let's not say that we're providing a fair choice to everyone, because when you had free infrastructure people, what are they going to say? Are they going to say no to it? Chances are no. So that's the same sort of issue that we're trying to raise. Let's create a level playing field between both the high carbon fossil fuel choice as well as a low carbon electrification choice. And I still want to kind of highlight that we're not talking baseboard heaters. We are talking about advancing an energy efficient solution through air source heat pumps or ground source heat pumps. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, it's not really a question, just a comment. The way I'm in agreement with a lot of things. Not subsidizing infrastructure is not the path, but here's the nux of the problem, and that is a customer will always choose paying $20 a month over a 40-year period versus a $10,000 capital cost for a heat pump. Heat pump is definitely the way to go. We'll save money over the longer term. The numbers are there. But what we need is some agency to deliver heat pumps to developers and have customers pay for that, but over, say, a 20-year period. If we can get an agency like that going, maybe we have something here. It's a win-win.
Yeah, and there are emerging business models like that. Oh,
I
sorry.
don't think that was a question. That was a comment, not a question.
Quiet.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Sorry.
That's okay. We have a motion on the floor, seconder. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you for coming today. Next is item 6.5, natural gas expansion in Bobcaygeon relating to agenda item 932, Mr. David Rappaport. Mr. Rappaport, you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the council. This is basically a follow-up on the presentation we made at the Committee of the Whole a few weeks back. My brother, who lives in the States, who worked in the financial sector in New York City for decades, is now spending his retirement as he calls himself an environmental warrior in northern New Jersey, because he worries about the state of the planet that we are leaving for his grandchildren. I once asked him what I thought was a complicated question. How do we stop the oncoming climate catastrophe? And he answered quite simply. He said, we start by not building new carbon infrastructure. So here we are in the spring of 2024, after more and more evidence of the climate catastrophe. We're spending tens of millions of dollars on a new carbon infrastructure in Bobcaygeon. And when we do have alternatives, we have alternatives that are more economical and that are greener. What I learned from my many meetings and conversations over the last month or two, on this issue with many of you on council, including the mayor, that I think not nearly enough due diligence, was done, on this project. Confusion. There was confusion over heat pumps, their effectiveness, their efficiencies, and their backups, which do exist. There was confusion about the availability of electricity. this is a complex issue. But we do know that Enbridge is being investigated by the Competition Bureau right now for their claims that natural gas, fossil gas, is the cheapest form of energy. And we also know that their rollout in Fenelon Falls was hardly a success. Only 896 connections by the end of 2023, when they were seeking 1,373. We also know about the Ontario Energy Board attempt to shoot down their business model, which of course was overridden by Bill 165. With this background, the onus of justification should be on those who want to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, not on those who seek green alternatives. And there are those alternatives developing. I've heard some misapprehensions about why this matter is being raised at the municipal level, and that was addressed by the previous speaker. Does it belong here or at higher levels? Clearly, it belongs at the municipal level as well. We learned recently that several municipalities in Quebec have banned carbon sources of heat.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Yes, of course. I also just learned that last night the City of Peterborough Council voted against to oppose Bill 165. I would ask the city to reconsider its support of this project and to perform a due diligence on the project before coming to a new decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to receive? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Warren. Councillor Joyce, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. One is, do you know why roughly 30% of Fenelon Falls residents did not hook up? That's my first question.
I can't answer the specifics of that. I just know that the project didn't produce what it was supposed to produce.
And my second question, have you asked the residents of Bobcaygeon what they want for their power source?
We're going to be we have in SCAN, Seniors for Climate Action now, we're going to be doing that process, but I can say with certainty, we're not going to mislead like Enbridge has been doing. Fossil fuel is not the cheapest form of energy, and we're going to get a decision from the Competition Bureau on that. We absolutely believe that it should be a decision by the citizens and householders, but it should be informed with correct and truthful information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Rappaport.
Thank you.
Moving on in the agenda to item 8. We have item 8.1, which is Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kawartha Lakes overview presentation. We have Ms. Janice Balfour, the Executive Director of Big Brothers Big Sisters. Welcome.
Thank you. Can I put?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, I've been told to sit everything on to the right, so hopefully I remember my right from my left today. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you for a little bit today. I'm aware that you have had the opportunity to visit a lot of the agencies in the city of Kawartha Lakes and see the amazing work they've done. I would have loved to have invited you to my office located in downtown Lindsay, but it wouldn't have been very exciting. The work that we do happens in our schools, our parks, our libraries, at the mall, at restaurants, at local events, and in the homes of our volunteer mentors. In 2019, Big Brothers Big Sisters rebranded and brought in our theory of change, Ignite Potential. And that focuses on the power of 3. So you, as the volunteer, donor, supporter, standing with the families that we represent, supported by us, the organization, that equals the power of 3. We know that together we can ignite potential in all youth. Our theory of change, Project Ignite, changed the way we deliver our services. It's grounded in 3 core principles: igniting intention. The programs we offer, the events we host, the support we provide is always planned and delivered with intentionality. Igniting empowerment, being equipped with knowledge and tools. We meet our families where they at, help to connect them to other services, provide support with the youth on our wait list and while they are matched with their mentors. We provide evidence-based training to our volunteer mentors that empower them to empower their mentees in developmental relationships that have a purpose, meaning, and goals. We are igniting growth by measuring adverse childhood experiences and evaluating the impact that mentoring has. Our National Standards and Quality Assurance Program ensures that we are focused on risk management, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and strong governance. To share what our programs look like, I'm going to share the story of one of our families. Susan cares for 5 of her grandchildren, all under the age of 13, in her 2-bedroom apartment. Andrew and Sean both experienced trauma while living with their biological mother before being apprehended and placed in the care of Susan. Cheyenne and her 2 younger siblings were exposed to significant abuse, drug use, and neglect while in the care of their biological mother. They have now also been placed in the care of Susan. When we complete an intake for youth in our program, we measure 13 adverse childhood experiences. I'm not going to go through them all with you because they make me sad. What I will tell you is what I know about adverse childhood experiences. When a child experiences 4 or more, it affects their brain chemistry, and it can have a negative lasting effects on health and well-being. Andrew, the little guy in the top skating with muskies, has experienced 8 ACEs. Cheyenne in the middle, 9, and Sean on the bottom, 10. So we completed the intake process with Susan, Andrew, and Sean in the spring of 21, and Cheyenne when she joined the family in 2022. While waiting to be matched with a mentor, we provide support services to the family. Regular check-ins with the family help us to determine what services the family needs and help us to develop relationships with the youth. This is so important for us to get to know the youth so that we can match them with a proper mentor. Referrals to other agencies are done to ensure that the family gets all of the resources they need. That doesn't just include for the kids that are on our wait list, but it also included referrals for the 2 younger children. And occasionally we receive donations of gift cards, food, clothing, a bike, and we pass these on as they are needed. Cheyenne's bike had just been stolen about 3 weeks before. We were able to donate this one to her. Our case managers recognized that Sean needed supports quickly, and we were able to arrange an in-school mentoring program for him. Youth meet with a trained mentor for 1 hour a week at school, in some cases virtually. They play games, crafts, bake, chat. There isn't an academic focus to the sessions unless the child asks for it. Our volunteer mentors in our ISM program change lives just 1 hour a week during the school year. Our ISM programs increase self-esteem, help to develop broader perspective, improve school attendance and engagement, improve interpersonal skills, and decrease negative behaviors. The amazing thing about mentoring programs is that it doesn't make a difference just in the lives of our youth and our families, but it changes the lives of our mentors as well. We have often seen an increase in self-esteem, broader perspectives, and an increased feeling of being connected to our community from our mentors. All 3 of our youth have participated in our group programming. By the way, all of our programming is offered at no charge to the families. Our group mentoring programs are intentionally designed to meet the need of the youth. Our staff ensure that the activities are chosen to have a purpose and a goal. For example, our no-bake baking activities are based on low-cost ingredients that are regularly available at the food bank, and that the kids can handle the recipes and that they don't require a stove or oven to complete them. The groups are intentionally small, with 10 youth being the maximum, facilitated by 2 staff. When possible, we welcome additional volunteers to assist us with the programs. Kids and Cops, honestly, this is one of my favorite programs, and I wish I could get out of the office and be part of it more often. It's a nationally recognized program organized by Big Brothers Big Sisters in partnership with local police agencies. The program is a week-long day camp that helps promote trust and respect between law enforcement and the youth who have had or are at risk of negative interaction with police services. The kids learn the role and duties of police through presentations made by officers in special roles. We partner with Kawartha Lakes Police Services and the Ontario Prevention Police. We also connect with our emergency services and our fire department, who hosts a pancake breakfast for us. They absolutely love the offender's truck. I don't know why, but that is one of their most favorite days. They love to get inside of it. They love to be handcuffed willingly. And I will say they also enjoy locking our staff up in the cells at the Kawartha Lakes Police Station downtown. Finally, matched. So finding a mentor that is a match for our youth is a journey. It starts with a volunteer recruitment, followed by an intake process that is quite lengthy and involves interviews, reference checks, and police checks. Training is provided for the mentors on child safety and developmental relationships to ensure that the matches have purpose, meaning, and goals. Ongoing support is provided to the mentors with regularly scheduled check-ins and our case managers being available to help navigate any of the needs of the youth and the family connections. Andrew and Kyle were first to be matched. They enjoy spending time together at our local area parks, playing ball, fishing, and exploring nature. Sean has been matched with Molly and Zach, and this is a big couple match. They love spending time playing games. Sean's a little bit competitive, and walking Molly and Zach's dog, Oakley. You might see them walking around town sometimes. Cheyenne has been recently matched with Katie, and they are just enjoying getting to knowing each other and exploring new activities together. So how do I know that mentoring works? I get to see it every day. I'm very fortunate. We also collect data. We know that 70% of youth during the pandemic felt more connected and less anxious when they had regular connections with their mentor. We know that girls are 2 times less likely to have social anxiety when connected to a mentor. We know that youth are 43% less to have conduct problems in schools and 2 times more likely to give back to their communities. We also know that volunteering releases the happiness gene in our brains and helps us connect it to our communities. How does the work of Big Brothers Big Sisters connect with the city of Kawartha Lakes? Well, the work that we do aligns with your exceptional quality of life and vibrant community growing economy, and with all 4 pillars of our community safety and well-being plan. Volunteering improves health and well-being. Our programs are age-friendly, with our youngest volunteers being in their 20s and our oldest in their 80s. Young adults who have had formal mentoring are more likely to be employed and to access secondary schooling. Mentoring improves mental wellness, and 46% of youth who have formal mentoring relationships are less likely to begin using drugs. This is just a few of the intersections. There are many more, but I know I only had a few minutes today. So what are the barriers that we have to providing these essential skills in the city of Kawartha Lakes? So during our strategic planning that we just completed recently, we identified 3 major barriers. Funding. We only receive 2% of our funding from the Ministry of Education. The rest of our funding, we depend on our community to provide for us through donations and supporting us at our fundraising events. Volunteer recruitment. Our volunteers provide the life-changing support to the youth to access our programs, and in recent years we've seen a decrease in volunteer involvement. This results in long wait lists and sometimes having youth age out of our program without ever being matched with a mentor. That's why our group programs are so important, so we can make sure that we at least provide some sort of services to them. Barriers. Our mistaken identity. The name Big Brothers Big Sisters is misleading. It gives the impression that we facilitate relationships that are similar to a sibling connection. From the information I've shared with you today, you can see that that's not the case. That's not what we do at all. The perception of Big Brothers Big Sisters prevents us from fully understanding the impacts we have in our community, our volunteer mentors, and the youth that we are privileged to work with. And we are often confused with BGC. The work that BGC does is amazing, and they deserve to be recognized for their work. The challenge we are facing is this unintentional mistake that people make is affecting the support we receive. A few months ago, I attended a dinner where I sat beside Mayor Emsley. We had a delightful conversation about the work at Big Brothers Big Sisters. A few minutes later, Mayor Emsley asked me a question about my work at BGC. This is not an uncommon occurrence. This past fall, we tracked a few donations that we were expecting to come in. In the follow-ups, we learned those donations mistakenly went to BGC. I've had individuals share with me how they supported us by attending our golf tournament, and they seem honestly confused when they discover that the golf tournament was for BGC and that we are not the same agency at all. So as we continue, as Big Brothers Big Sisters continues to learn about effective marketing and apply for funding to help us tackle this issue, I'm here today to ask you to help by sharing the information you learned today about the essential life-changing services Big Brothers Big Sisters provides that ignites the potential in all youth. Thank you, Mayor Emsley and councillors, for giving me some time today.
Thank you. And yeah, it wasn't my finest hour, was it?
It was a great conversation.
Talk about putting your foot in your mouth. I have a couple of people who want to ask you some questions. So first of all, we get a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Richardson, and Councillor Richardson, you're up first.
Thank you, and thank you, Janice, for coming today and in giving us an opportunity to see exactly what you're doing, and the impact that you are providing is priceless, and the opportunities that you're providing is priceless to this generation. My question for you is, how many volunteers do you need, and how many are you short right now? Because you've got the media, you've got our attention, so sing it out there what you're looking for. So,
when I left the office this morning, we had 27 kids on our wait list throughout all areas of the city of Kawartha Lakes, and the majority of them are boys.
Okay, we just heard it, 27 volunteers. Hopefully our media picks up on that as well, because this is incredible that we have this resource, this agency in the city of Kawartha Lakes, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I've seen the in-school mentoring comment and a question at Leslie Frost, as you know, and I've just seen how powerful it is. And I also got to see you last summer at the Fishing Derby, which brought to light for me just how lucky we are that we do have you and the Boys and Girls Club and it's very obvious they are extremely different entities, and we're lucky. We're catching a lot of kids with each of the different ones. So this is great. And my question, you just hinted to it, where are the matches, like the matches and programs located throughout the city of Kawartha Lakes, not just Lindsay?
Yeah, we're in every corner of the city of Kawartha Lakes. We have matches in Kinmount, Bobcaygeon, Dunsford. We're just setting up one in Manila, this side of Manila. And Little Britain, we have 3 or 4 in Little Britain, Fenland Falls. Dunsford Public School, we have a wonderful partnership for them to help us deliver our group programming. Our Go Girls is currently running within their schools. So every inch of the county we come, we'll be there. The problem is often finding the volunteers in those more rural places. It's really difficult to find volunteers from Woodville.
Councillor Joyce, did you have your light on?
Yes, I did, but Councillor Richardson asked the same question, so.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you through, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation today. I was a big brother way back in the day, and I know how important it is for these young kids to have that support. I have a question though. Where does all your funding come from?
You, people of City of Kawartha Lakes. Like I said, we have a partnership with Ministry of Education that provides support. About 35% of our ISM program funding comes from the Ministry of Education, not locally, the Ontario Ministry. The rest of it comes from every grant application that I can successfully get, from all of our fundraising efforts, and for donations from our community. We are a true not-for-profit that doesn't receive any government support.
Thank you. Can I ask you what your budget is?
My current budget for this year, my goal budget is $163,000 to operate our programs for the full year. At this point, our donations are low, and I am looking at, well, we've already had to reduce staff hours, and I am looking at not being able to continue staff once their grants run out. So my goal is $163,000.
And you'd be able to offer all your services at that, or?
Comfortably, yes.
Comfortably?
We'd be able to ask them. We wouldn't be able to increase them at that, but we'll be able to offer everything comfortably at $163,000.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming. I was just a question. I went to quite a few dances. Are you going to continue that? Because they were so much fun.
Are you thinking of Wingfest?
Pardon?
Were you thinking of Wingfest or the...
The one at the Armories.
So we did Wingfest at the Armories. We also had a silent auction. We have tried to bring Wingfest back. Unfortunately, our restaurants are telling that they don't have the capacity to be able to be involved in a fundraiser such as that. So we have moved to trying to expand our Bowl for Kids' Sake. We've introduced a golf tournament. This will be our 3rd annual this year as well. And we partner with other agencies or other groups to do those pieces. We just had a St. Paddy's Day dance.
But I remember you having dances, and they were a lot of fun.
We did the Country 105 dances in the past. That would probably be the Country 105 dances. Yeah. The St. Patrick's Day dance that we did was a Country 105 dance. Unfortunately, the attendance wasn't great. You'll have to get your dance shoes on and come out again.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, thank you very much for coming and for educating us on Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and I'll try not to make that faux pas again. We have a motion on the floor, so all in favor? And that's passed. Have a great day. Next up, we have our own Janine Mitchell on Ontario Works caseload demographics. Welcome, Janine, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me here today. Hello, everyone. It's a great opportunity for us to give insight into the people that we serve, for those who are in receipt of Ontario Works, and also those who are non-disabled adults in receipt of Ontario Disability Support. So later today, you're going to be reviewing our 4-year service plan that we've just completed. And this presentation is just an opportunity to give you more information about who we are serving, what their needs are, the needs of the population, and how this information helps to inform our service planning. Next slide, please. So as the service manager, I know you're aware that we serve both the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. This first slide here shows our total caseload by heads of households, and it shows the numbers for the past 5 years, with the final showing in December of 2023. You can see here that it does show some dips and valleys. So this period of time here, this is the start of basic income, when we saw a reduction in our caseload. And then you can see when basic income ended, you can see that the rise in caseloads there. You can also see here this was the implementation of all the federal COVID programs and federal supports. So you can see that impact there. In total, we have our total caseload right now is 1,531. Of that, we would also have 2,990 individuals, adults and children included in that too. Next slide, please. So this I can't talk. This slide shows the total caseload, but we've also done some analysis to show what our caseload is predicted to be, and the numbers for the predictions comes from the Ministry of Finance. You can see once again the impact of Ontario Basic Income Program and the pandemic. So I can also like to point out that our caseload, the province had predicted that we would be at 1,449 sometime into 2025. We've already exceeded those caseload totals in 2024, and it is expected that our caseloads will continue to grow. Next slide. Thanks. So for some understanding, we just wanted to share with you what the yearly amount of a single person in receipt of Ontario Works would receive. The OW rate is based on the maximum of $343, which is what they would receive for basic assistance. So that would include food and clothing. Then $390 is the maximum amount they're able to receive for shelter. That gives them a total of $733 a month, or a total of $8,796 for a year. What we're showing you here is we're comparing it with other various low-income measures. So these are all low-income measures, and you can see where the Ontario Works amount comes into play there and how much they receive. The rate has not increased since 2018. As you may recall, in January, the city made a deputation at the Royal Ontario Municipal Association Conference and shared the inequity in the annualized rate for people in receipt of Ontario Works. Next slide. So we do a complete analysis of the people in receipt of Ontario Works. We do receive and review a lot of data and do a lot of data analysis. I don't know about you, but I love data. I love data analysis. But what I really like about it is how it informs the work that we do, how we can use that information to help us do a better job at meeting the needs of the people that we serve in our communities. So that's really why I love the data. It's more so the data is the what, then our analysis is the so what, and then what we do about it is now what. And it's the now what that gets me quite excited about why we have the data. So, okay, sorry. Wrong slide for me. Okay, well, I'll just talk. So we can see here that, I can't find that paper. We can see here that couples remain on assistance on average of 9.2 years. Sole support families remain on for 4.0 years. Sole support families are those single parent households in our community. Okay, so and of those people we serve, as of the end of December, those are our totals, and we do look at this year over year, so we can see what is happening, and what is trending, and what can we predict is going to happen in the future. It also gets us to ask a number of questions, like why are couples on for the longest amount of time? Why are singles on for a shorter time? Is it related to the type of work they do? If they're working part-time, is it related to generational issues? Is it related to housing, mental health? What other things come into play? So we know that sole supports are on for a shorter time. Is that because there's more incentive or motivation for them to start working to support their families? Or are there more supports available to help sole support families in our community in order to help assist them get off family assistance earlier? So there's a lot of different factors that we look at in order to help us understand the people we serve. Next slide. So we know that just over half of our participants are under the age of 40, the highest number being those 30 to 34.99. I just want to add a note that you have to be between 18 and 65 to be eligible for assistance. 16 and 17-year-olds are eligible, but they must have a trustee in place in order to support them. So these numbers are telling us that the majority of people that we do serve are also in what we might term the employable age, or where they might be participating in the labor force. Next slide. So, as I said, we love data. We also know that although over half the participants are under the age of 40, this age group actually spends fewer years on assistance than those over the age of 40. And at that 40 to 49 age group, there is a significant increase to the average years of assistance from 3.9 years in the 35 to 39 age group to the 4.6 years, which is a difference of 8 months. So what this data could be telling us is that if we can work to address the needs and address the barriers and have suitable, well, we need quite a few things, suitable employment opportunities, suitable type of work, appropriate supports, programs, and services for those under the age of 40, we would have an opportunity to be more successful at having them on assistance for a shorter period of time. And that is a good thing, but it makes us think about what we can do in order to help support that. Next one. Now, breaking down the data further, we also know that female participants tend to be under the age of 45, and then the participant age tends to level off for females. For the male participants, age 30 to 40, this age group here, they have the highest rate of participation before dropping. However, there's once again a slight increase at age 55. So connecting the information back to the previous slide where we know, on the previous slide, we talked about how old are the people we serve. We also talked about how long they're on assistance. We can also divide it further to knowing the genders, knowing how long each gender is on assistance, and that can also help inform the programs and services that we'd be looking to do or offer and partner with our community partners in order to help support people get off assistance. With the exception of under 18, male participants range from 2.8 to 5 years on average participating in Ontario Works, and the older a male is, the more likely it's going to be that they're on assistance longer. With the exception of under 18, female participants range from 2.4 to 5.9 years on average, and there seems to be more of a steady increase in years the longer a female will remain on assistance. Next slide. You may be surprised to know that 53% of the people we serve have a minimum education of grade 12 or post-secondary education. We know that education can be a barrier to employment. It's either the lack of education or not the required education for a position. We can actually dig, and we have, further into the data, which tells us the education per gender and also per age group in that gender, so which also helps us to further our supports and our ability to plan the programs and services and work with our partners to help people get the education they need or be connected with the employment opportunity that matches their education. Almost half of our participants, though, 47%, do not have a high school diploma. Next slide. This fun graphic just shows, it identifies the top goals that the people that we serve have identified. So this is their voice. These are the goals that they say that they have in order to help them move forward to financial independence. Of our caseload, the top 5 goals are community supports, that's like transportation, life skills, which would include education, health, mental health primarily, crisis and safety, and that would include housing and employment. Some of our employment goals broken down would include information sessions, job searches, obtaining part-time employment, and seeking job retention support. Other categories would include supports that must be met in order to obtain and maintain full-time employment. We also have to note that these goals aren't linear and that the people we serve have multiple goals. Next slide. So the people have also shared with us, we've identified barriers that prevent them from meeting or achieving their goals. And these barriers might look small, but it's actually, they're of course actually can be very big for the people who are experiencing them. So our staff work really hard with the people we serve to help them to share that information with us, and then to help look at solutions to help them get past their barriers. The top 5 barriers are listed above and include education. So that relates back to the slide showing that 47% have a grade 11 or lower. Food security, that's going to relate back to the slide where we said that they would receive, a single person receives $733 a month for assistance and are expected to have shelter and buy food and transportation. Mental health, transportation, which is in particular a barrier for participating and accessing services or employment in our community, and financial barriers including housing and support for dependent care. And once again, each person would have multiple barriers that they are working through. All right, so we do make a lot of connections with our communities, as I mentioned, so that we can help address some of those needs and barriers. So We work with many of our community partners, and we make a lot of referrals. Those referrals are still dependent on the capacity and the ability of those service providers to not have a wait list themselves. Most referrals were made to a health or mental health community service at 32%. Then we have the next largest number would be housing supports, 24%, and 20% community programs, and 24% to others. And that would include employment readiness, it might include childcare early on, and it might include some developmental services and supports. And we've got, we've listed just some of our partners that we work with. Yeah, next slide, thank you. Oh, okay, there we go, that's right. So of all of our community partners, we really do work with our employment services community partners. And as you know, we are, the province had changed things just a few years ago, and they designated Fleming College as our employment services service manager in our community. They also have their partners that they use, and they use Employment Ontario partners, and that's Victoria County Career Services, or VCCS, and Fleming Crew, which is located up in the county of Haliburton. So we definitely work with them, and they are an integral part of our provincial performance expectations, and our performance metrics are tied to each other. So we need to have, our performance metrics are actually partially controlled by our employment services partners, and their metrics and performance are also tied to the services we provide and the number of referrals that we would send over. So we really need to work together in order for us both to meet our provincial targets. And the provincial targets are really just all about providing service, so that's ultimately our goal, but provincial targets also are tied to our finances. So this chart represents the total referrals to employment services and the total returns back to social assistance. A return is an unsuccessful referral to Employment Ontario. The majority of reasons why it's an unsuccessful referral is because it's been difficult to contact the person. So those are some of the things that we're working on in 2024 and into 2025. Right now we sit at a return rate of 34%, and we are really working on having that reduced back to the provincial average rate of 25%. And we're working with Fleming College to help us mutually work at some solutions for that. And that's it, next slide. So thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about who we serve. And we do have a lot of data, and you're welcome to, I'd be happy to share that anytime. I love talking data.
Thank you, Janine. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Perry, Councillor Yeo. Questions, Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Janine. Yeah, you did. So, yeah, thanks for all that data. I was just looking at sole support. What's the percentage of male versus female? I could actually get that. I don't have that. I was just interested.
I don't have that off the top of my...
Next meeting we have.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
But it's probably what you would think it is.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Thank you very much for the presentation today. I love the percentages, but what I'd really like to see is how many people are we talking about? Is it 100, 200, 300, 10% of what?
Sorry, of the total for our total caseload, or yes. Yeah, I can do numbers if that's what you prefer in a presentation. I can do numbers instead of percentages.
Yeah, well, you can have both, but I'm just, you're thinking if we're talking 10%, what are we talking 10% of, right? Which would be kind of nice to have.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, could we go to slide 12, please? Perfect. So, Manager Mitchell, we have public schools for education, we have food banks, we have mental health supports. If they get a job that can help with the financial barriers, that leaves transportation. Can you expand on that? What can we do for transportation that would help? I think I know, but just benefit everybody. Just expand on that.
Well, for those that we serve who live in Lindsay, they would have access to the to the bus system, right? For those who don't, they need to have a vehicle. They need to be able to operate that vehicle. They need to be able to pay for their annual insurance. They need to pay for their driver's license renewals. So those are all costs and they do that with $733. The other difficulty is if they have to do any repairs. And another, something that's added on top of that is a few years ago when we went to Employment Services Transformation, we went through that process. In the past, we did have funds that we did direct to specifically support transportation costs. It's difficult to do that under our current stability support. It's very expensive to do it, and it's also seen as an employment support. So we're trying to balance all of that and support people, meet their needs, but transportation is an expensive barrier.
Okay, so residents outside of Lindsay is what you're saying. So if we had a public transportation system connecting Fenton Falls and Little Britain and Omemee and Bobcaygeon, that would go a long way to reduce this barrier.
It absolutely would. We do support people who are in Lindsay with bus passes through our funding, so that would definitely give a person a way to travel into Lindsay, or especially for services and supports that can be available more so in Lindsay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Janine. Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple things. As far as employment goes, you mentioned BCCS, they're a phenomenal organization. And how do you approach, I know young people in their 20s and 30s, they're in their prime of their life, and it's really discouraging when you see them and they get stuck in a rut and they don't have that, the mentoring or whatever to get to the training and get themselves full-time back in the full-time workforce. Do you reach out to this demographic of 20s and 30s? I'm just centering on them right now, not that the other demographic ages aren't important, but these are people in the prime of their life, and they really need a redirection, a purpose in life, that they don't want to go on and keep in this, for lack of better words, rut. How do you reach out to them? I know that they come to you, but do we proactively work with young people to try and get them back into a positive frame of mind?
That's a great question. So relationships are key to the services we provide. Our staff are really well trained in developing relationships, and we also deliver training for the people we serve. It's called SAIL. It's supportive approaches through innovative learning, and the intent of that is to help build and teach people about relationships, how to maintain relationships, how to develop them. It also does a lot of it offers a lot of opportunities for them to gain confidence in themselves, for them to understand who they are. We also work with our community partners to do that, and we connect people we really do rely on our community partners. So when there is an activity or a program or service that's offered by another community, we're going to support that and we're going to communicate that. That might be some of the goals or part of the action steps of the goals our staff would work through with an individual to help them move toward that. So it depends on the age, depends on the needs. We also have to know that they are multi-barriered. So we have to address the barriers first sometimes before we have an opportunity to move someone forward in making some big steps like that. Sometimes it could be as simple as coming into the office or getting outside once a week before we can even think about getting them into a program. It might just be simply, we want you to come and visit us once a week.
Thanks. And what Councillor Joyce had mentioned about transportation, I know that when we stopped the rural transit, that was a sad day in my opinion, but hopefully we can get rural transit back so people can get to work, because we have a large geographical area and people want to work, but transportation is probably your key factor in people not getting to a job and getting to different locations for their life and appointments, etc. So hopefully we can get that back on track.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and that was my question of where the transportation master plan is. So that can be looked at. I guess it's one.
Director, Director Robinson, did you wish to answer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the transportation master plan deals with overall roads and grids, and the transit master plan is the one you're referring to. The transit master plan's in place, looking to do an update and refresh on that document this year. Rural transportation is always on the topic in mind of that group, looking at options for funding and resources to put those in place. So there'll be more information coming back to council on that in the near future.
Thank you. We have mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 821 is the Social Services Service Plan 2024 to 2028. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Perry. Any comments or questions? Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Manager Mitchell. I picked up some data points. On service needs, it says here, the ideal client service worker should have a caseload of 50 to 60 clients, but they're currently dealing with 90 to 105. And somewhere, I can't remember, you have the number of employees or caseworkers is in here. How many more in an ideal world do you need to get back on track of a regular caseload per worker?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Actually, I've got the data, and we would need to, depending on what our caseloads would be, we would need 4 to 6 staff in order to get our caseloads to those amounts over a number of years as the caseloads increase.
Thank you. And another point here, I guess this would also help with the supervisor involvement with day-to-day participant interactions is increasing and affecting capacity to overall system management. Would that hiring more case workers help with supervisor not being involved in day-to-day and, getting back to their system management responsibilities?
Actually, no, it would probably make them busier. The reason why is because the needs of the people we see and serve, it's just high acuity and high needs, and the day-to-day things are becoming much more complex, and we need to have that level of supervisory involvement sometimes to help resolve those.
And my last one here is, we're currently not meeting this expectation level due to medical leaves for staff in this position. How many, I don't know if you have this, but it looks like a big deal here because it's highlighted or mentioned. But how many days on per person per year are on medical leaves, and is it higher than the average, and if so, why?
I don't have that data. What I can share with you, though, is last year in 2023, there was one day where we were at full staff complement. It was in April, one day.
Okay, thank you.
I think what it shows is those are high-stress jobs, and people experience trauma and burnout, and, I admire what they do greatly.
Yeah, that's why I brought attention to it. It's something.
It's Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. And actually, you just segued into what I was going to say. We've got those challenges with the basic income not changing. We've got the issues with inflation, food costs, transportation, and all accumulating. And you have these targets that are set by the province, right? And they're not negotiable for 2 years. So, any way you look at it, it's going to be a challenge, and we do appreciate what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeed.
Very briefly, just had incredible report, Janine, as you know, and it just so many things jumped out. But for me, the one was that comment around budget time where, you know, geez, the highest percentage of budget is allocated towards human services, and people, you know, the odd comments. And this is a great referral point to looking at the facts that every item here almost still points out how much more need there is. Like when I look at, on average, 47 files each month being transferred from the IBAU, and I'm actually picturing that now. I'm picturing the worker. It's insurmountable. You're basically stuck. You're just going to, you must feel like you're constantly, the pile just keeps growing and you're doing your best. And there's part of the burnout too, is just the sheer magnitude of the volume of work. So not a question, appreciation. This is a good document to refer to when we talk budget.
Thank you. So we have a motion to receive the report, and all in favor? And that's passed. Let's take a break till 10 after, folks. When we come back. Call the meeting back to order. Item 9 is Committee of the Whole, but before we do that, I missed an announcement at the beginning of the meeting, and I will do it now. May 11th is World Migratory Bird Day. The theme this year is Protect Insects, Protect Birds. Because migratory bird species depend on nutrient-rich insects during migration and when feeding their offspring, as both a Nature Canada certified bird-friendly city and a bee city, we support the event and encourage everyone to get out and get to know the many bird species that make Kawartha Lakes home. Kawartha Conservation, Kawartha Field Naturalists, and Kawartha Land Trust are all hosting free World Migratory Bird Day events for those who want some guidance. We'd also encourage everyone to go to our Jump In website to vote for a City Bird of the Year before voting closes on May 11th. In support of World Migratory Bird Day, lights will be off at City Hall on the night of May 11th. Lights at night can disorient birds, many of which migrate at night and can lead to collisions with windows. Also, we are, I believe now, a bird-friendly city, so this is a good thing. Okay? Sorry I messed that up. I did the first one. Committee of the Whole, correspondence regarding Committee of the Whole recommendations. We have correspondence on proposed heritage designation of 49 King Street, Bobcaygeon, relating to the agenda item 9328 by Joanna Shapira from Wood Bull. That the correspondence from Joanna Shapiro of Wood Bull LLP regarding the proposed heritage designation of 49 King Street, Bobcaygeon Schoolhouse be received. Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that passes. We also have correspondence on short-term rental properties relating to agenda item 9312 from Nadine Heaslip. Can I have a motion that the correspondence from Nadine Heaslip regarding short-term rental properties be received? Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Ashmore, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Heslip for her correspondence that she sent in. She wasn't able to make another deputation, unfortunately, but just wanted to make sure that these points that were put in this letter would be dealt with in a timely manner. And one of the main things is that the short-term rental, that we get a report back to council, or we have another meeting before, or an update before the summer end. Maybe Councillor or Deputy Mayor Richard McDonald can just sort of reiterate that we're on this topic. I know he is, and he's working hard on it, as is the task force and everybody else. If he could just sort of reiterate that we're working on it and making sure that we get all the statistics and what people want. Like, this is why we put this together we put it in a really fast, put it together last year, and people are expecting that, the information that we get is updated and accurate, and things are acted upon. So if I could ask through you to Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yes, through you. Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Yes, I've had numerous meetings with them. There is a lot of data there, and I have requested that also. And you will be getting some data coming back to council to have an update of how we're doing. So there's a lot of things going on right now for short-term rentals, and the information that we're going to receive should be helpful to answer any of your questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 913 is correspondence from Jessica Hurd and Rebecca Shilmat of the Peterborough and Kawartha Home Builders Association regarding the Ontario Energy Board decision to remove the subsidy relating to fossil fuel infrastructure for new development, and that be received. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Warren, second Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. We now come to Committee of the Whole minutes. That the minutes of the April 9th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting be received, and recommendations including in section 9.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept item 935, 937, 938, 939, 9311, 9324, 9326, 27, 28, and 29, and with one small change, 9327, if we could deal with that first. There are people here from the Fenelon Falls Cemetery Board, and rather than make them sit through all of the other extractions, if we deal with that first. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Perry, you have 9327.
I do, and thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to this. Just following up from what was submitted from Director Shanks's report, stemming from the previous council, and then our comments made at Committee of the Whole. This really is a matter, and I'll be brief, the issue of keeping things in local hands. Loving it local, as the mantra goes these days. The Fenelon Cemetery, as mentioned, some of the board members are here with us, has been a volunteer board since 1869. And this issue and this report really stems from, and to me is analogous to a certain dock association that we dealt with, where the city was looking to move 50-some leases into city hands. When it looked into it, it wasn't as troubled as had been made out to be, and we as council decided to keep it locally in the association's hands at the grassroots community level. The city and the department have met with Director Shanks and with the city's treasurer and provided all information that was required, actually within five business days. And a few of the concerns that had been raised, as you know in the report, and I thank Councillor Joyce for his feedback in terms of, I'm just going to go through them very briefly. There was some concern from the Bereavement Authority of Ontario mentioned in the Director's report, and a lot of these issues seem to have been overtaken by events and rectified. That Bereavement Authority of Ontario concern was rescinded. And I have the letter of rescinding here within 5 business days, again, record speed of it being issued, once the facts were cleared up. And they also, in the letter that I've seen, the Bereavement Authority of Ontario wished the board and the committee of council all the best for their ongoing good work. There were a few financial concerns raised in terms of financial reporting. Again, following up and talking to Carolyn Daines and to Director Shanks and the board, of course, which I sit on as ward council. The cemetery board is in the best shape it's been financially for a long time, and even has a surplus some years. It is audited by the city, and in my conversation with the city treasurer a week or two ago, has noted much improvement over the past year and is fine with the status quo in terms of the finances and financial reporting. There have been issued to some quote-unquote concerns from the public. This is a public-facing organization dealing with death and bereavement. I'd be surprised if there weren't the occasional concern or complaint. Since my time as councillor, I've known of 2 people who've expressed some concerns, one of whom still wants it to be kept in local hands. And there was something to do with a concern around upkeep, which I've heard from one person who's complained to me. The board does get a lot of compliments as well, and has mentioned to me at board meetings, and we've discussed that if the groundskeeper does need a hand or any type of assistance that has been provided by the board itself, by the committee, to make that happen. It's also a work in progress and an ongoing effort to make sure the cemetery is kept up to par and beautified as much as possible. The services that specifically the local level can provide, and we're talking about parents of friends sitting on this board in Fenelon Falls, that real local community volunteer experience. Messages are checked daily, and they have the capacity, if there's an issue on a Friday afternoon for an internment Monday, to meet in person in Fenelon Falls, not Coboconk or Lindsay, with the family, and have done so in the past and received compliments and appreciation. As mentioned before, the local board, the Committee of Council, invites high school students to engage and plant flowers and learn local history. And in Director Shanks' report, it should be noted that the volunteer board is thanked for their efforts. And in his remarks a few meetings ago, Director Shanks did acknowledge that there can be, different ways to do things, including administering and delivering cemetery services. This board, as mentioned, is volunteer, has been since 1869, and turns $10,000 a year of city funding into providing over $100,000 in funeral services, upkeep, and maintenance for the cemetery in Fenelon, both as a notable asset in the community and to families during their most difficult times. So moving forward, it has been quite a year. The board, the Committee of Council, has continued to meet monthly. The current board has been doing forward thinking and planning, for example, looking at burial trends and how those might impact the cemetery moving forward. A new board member has been recruited, and Amy may start very soon. And in talking to Director Shanks, my understanding is that staff is fine with the status quo, which would be to have the cemetery board continue as a committee of council. And I think that's very important to remember, is that keeping this at the local level, rather than being taken over and taken on by the city, the board still remains a committee of council. And myself as ward councillor attends those meetings and will continue to do so and be the first to bring anything back to council if it rises to the level. That's my personal commitment for the cemetery board moving forward. And so given all those things, especially the volunteer nature and history of the board and their successes providing such even a mercenary dollar value of services every year, my motion arising from the report, which I believe is one of the options, is that I'll make a motion that the Fenelon Cemetery remain as a committee of council. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Warren. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed.
I'd also, if I could, Mayor, want to thank the volunteers of the committee for all of their hard work as volunteers over the years. I know that they have been scrutinized off, on, and forward. I'd like to invite us now to put this issue to bed, to let the committee proceed with its important work and assume the status of all the other committees that we have as a city, with the annual reporting and the local councillor serving as a member. And I want to thank all of my fellow councillors for the unanimous vote of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we now have item 9.35, which was the deputation from Mr. Reel requesting a license agreement for a parking encroachment on Snug Harbor Road. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to put out a motion here that this deputation be received from April 9th of the Committee of the Whole of the Reels, and that the Reels be allowed to negotiate an easement agreement with the city.
Let's see if you can get a seconder. Councillor Gill. You want to speak to it?
Sure, thanks. So the residents came here on April 9th and they explained why they needed this easement. There's at least 3 residences beside them. If you've been by there on this part of Snug Harbor Road, it's a little dip in the road and it's a secondary road that they have to go down into. In the wintertime, even in the summertime, it's a very tight road, and if they need emergency vehicles, it's very, very difficult. Time is of the essence, and not only can they not get out sometimes, but emergency vehicles can't get out. Most of them, they will get out, but I mean, it does take a struggle to get out of there. So they felt that they would like to just have the same parity as their neighbor. Their neighbor has an encroachment agreement, or an easement, I guess that's the right term, and they want to build a structure, a parking, an embankment, basically a parking structure, at their own cost. So they would pay everything that would cost to do this, as well as the time with the city for the encroachment agreement. So that's all they're asking for. Please.
Thank you. Councillor Yo, do you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, and put my support behind the councillor's motion. It seems that this will be good for the neighborhood, and it's been done in the past, so hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
So are you just asking for a report back from staff, or just to go forward?
Thanks. Through you to Councillor Warren. I'm asking for staff to start the process right now, and not another report, because we had a report from land management. But I'm asking for support to start the process, because it's not a first that's happened here. So we're asking right now for the process to start, and it's like I said, it's at their own cost, and this has been done with some of their neighbors. So that's what we're doing right now.
Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, and I probably missed this. I haven't seen a drawing. I guess that's in the files, the land management. I need a picture to understand this. I haven't been there, so we really welcome that to help form a decision going forward.
Councillor Richards.
Thank you, and through you. And I actually did take a drive out there and have a look at it, and I recognize there's a ton of parking that's already in that particular lot currently. My one question is we talked about emergency services being impeded. Is that in fact an issue?
Yes, it is, because they've asked me to come down. I looked at it, and to them, they find that it is an issue. And it's been an issue with neighbors before, and that's why they parked their cars on this new embankment, because it's so difficult to get in and out of there. And so that is the main reason, because they can't access, especially in the wintertime. It's very difficult to get out in the wintertime, let alone, especially with freezing rain or any weather event. So it's a safety issue with the residents.
Thank you, but I was actually asking staff.
I'm no staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't have the answer, but I can certainly take it back, look into it, and get back to you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you. I also drove out also and looked at the situation that was there. When we talked about this before, it was supposed to be about a parking issue. There's lots of room to park. They have 3 cars and a boat, double car garage, and parking in front of it. So there's no reason to build that if it was just for parking. But I guess until we find out if there's an issue with service for safety and so on, I think we need to know that for sure before that. But they got lots of parking at their house. The other 3 that are there, 2 of them don't have any parking, and then the one was kind of grandfathered in years ago. And they do have a little bit of parking in their one, but that's the reason why the other ones are there. But anyway, I think we should wait for the report, come back to see if it is an issue with our services to make sure it's safe for them. I think that's worth it. Thanks.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to support Deputy Mayor McDonald and the councillor, that makes sense to me too. I'd been out a couple times only because of there's a reason I'm out there a lot, and I saw it, and I had Director Robinson had already made some comments too, that there's a history here with this. This wasn't a new event or anything, so But this had never come up, so I think that's the right thing to do for sure. If our head of EMS is willing to look into a possible scenario, then that makes sense.
Okay, let me find out what we're going to do here. So we have a motion on the floor that negotiations take place to grant a parking structure there, and we have to vote on that. And then there can be a follow-up to refer it to staff to come back with a report as to whether emergency services would have a problem getting in there. Okay? So do you want to sum up?
That's fine. I think if we can start the process, if we get the opinion of EMS, that's fine. So I'm okay with that. I'm sure they are too.
Okay. All in favor? And that, let me see. You're voting on whether we proceed with getting an easement for the parking. Then we'll do a follow-up motion to refer it to staff on the emergency services, okay? So, all in favor? That fails. So there's no point in referring it to staff. Sorry, Councillor. Okay. Do you want to refer it to staff on the emergency services?
Yes, please. Yeah, if I could refer it to staff for a report.
Okay.
Please.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McDonald. All in favor? Okay. Thank you. It's okay. One of these days I'll learn how to do this, John.
Can I just add one point, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
Perfect. I was just going to say that there likely should be some contribution from both fire and paramedic services, as well as some consultation with police. We're not the only emergency responders to go down into that area, so it should be a full or more comprehensive report.
Thank you. Item 937. Deputation Lynn Craig on low-income senior tax rebate. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question on that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I talked to Director Bukaboom about it, so it's going to be raised to $300. That's what we had. And my question was, are we going to be looking at it, at least every year or every other year, because we left this for quite a few years, but the director assured me that it'll be brought up again. So it's quite a significant change for the better, to the 300. So I think we've done well. So I think that's fine. Move as printed.
Would you like to move it?
Yes, I'll move it.
Seconder? Councillor Richardson. Councillor Joyce, did you have a question?
Not a question. I was just actually echo Councillor Ashmore. I think if we look at this every other year to keep pace with inflation and any other factors, we just want to have parity with other municipalities, and currently we're there. We just want to follow behind again. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 938, Councillor Warren, short-term rental licensing program.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So at the committee of the whole, you basically said that a letter would be going forward to Mr. Burke, but I don't see anything in any of the minutes or anything. So I just want to make sure that that is in fact the case. Because there was no,
So
it wasn't caught.
Who's the letter to come from?
Staff. So you actually from your seat there basically said that a letter would be coming from staff. So I
Okay.
said, thank you very much, but I don't see it anywhere in the minutes, so that's why I extracted.
Okay. So do you want to make a motion that staff be directed to respond to the correspondence?
Thank you very much, I'll make that motion.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Ashmore. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? And that passes. 939, Councillor Perry, you wanted to ask a question on that?
Thank you very briefly, Mayor. This is in relation to the the presentation at Committee of the Whole with regard to the Power Links Fund in Fenelon Falls and the crosswalk, the footbridge. There was a request for a letter of support, and I'd like to just ask Director Shanks if that was clear and that is indeed being worked on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. To be quite honest with you, I actually thought it was already part of this, so I apologize to Councillor Perry and the Power Links Committee, because that's why I advised them last week. But regardless of whether there's a motion or not, staff are in fact already working on a report to come back to council so that we can get support for writing a letter of support to the Power Links Committee to accompany their permit application to TSW for this specific project. So I don't believe you need to make a motion because staff are doing it anyway, but if you wish to, it's certainly your choice.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, what's your wish?
I think I'll empower staff for the record with a motion.
Thank you.
Not that the director really cares at this point, but we'll go from there. So I'd like to move that staff be directed to write the letter of support as outlined in the presentation by Chris Handley and Chris Appleton from last Committee of the Whole.
Are you making that motion?
I am. That's the
okay.
motion right
Seconded
there.
by Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 9311 is Councillor Warren, and it's the presentation relating to climate change and expression of support for the healthy environment plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I'll move that the presentation by Aden Addison and Evelyn Pascoe of IE Weldon Secondary School regarding concerns relating to climate change and expression of support for the healthy environment plan be received, and that the City of Kawartha Lakes ask Enbridge Gas and the Ontario Energy Board to put the methane gas pipeline project on hold to allow for discussions with the Ontario government and for more analysis regarding the true cost of heating for the Bobcaygeon area. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Perry? Councillor Warren, go ahead.
Yeah, so, well, we've had lots of deputations come and speak to this, and it's just to get more information because a lot of things have changed in 7 years. And there's data from Fenelon Falls, there's all sorts of things happening like the Competition Bureau. I just feel like I want to get the best deal for my constituents, whatever that is. So if that's saying that natural gas is the cheapest, I don't know that. I'm hearing that that isn't what is actually factual. So with this resolution, that's all I'm asking for is some more information before, I don't know if this can go anywhere, but I feel compelled. We live in a democracy. I think that we should have more information because a lot of people have taken the time to come out, and including the kids. Their main point, which wasn't really captured in the minutes, was they didn't want expansion of gas lines. They didn't want methane gas to go forward. Times have changed. There's climate change, but there's also money in your pocket. So this is actually also a money in your pocket issue. So what's less expensive? What's better for the ratepayers? So I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Councillor Perry, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just briefly, I mean, natural gas is still methane gas, responsible for about 30% of Ontario greenhouse gases, which concerns me. In the deputations, as my questions noted, I am very concerned about the municipality potentially being on the hook for investments in infrastructure that don't last or overtaken by green technology, and stranded assets are an issue for me as well. Also, the issue of actual costs to the consumer and to local residents. I've heard there are some people in Fenland who are becoming very surprised at the actual costs that they are receiving right now. So for all those reasons, I support this motion to request a hold while we get these things sorted. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think I'm a little bit confused. Why are we putting a motion on the end of a presentation done by the students from Weldon? I didn't think it was a proper fit. Is it possible? I just want clarification. I mean, they weren't speaking of that. They were speaking about climate change, and they did an incredible job. I was just looking to see for further clarification on this.
I think I don't think it's out of order to make a motion on a presentation, and I think that's what's being done. I don't think there's a problem there. I'll look to clerks and CAO to confirm, but.
So through the mayor, I mean, in terms of general process, I would agree. I mean, you can have a follow-up motion to receiving a presentation. I'm not sure of the exact content of the follow-up motion. I just heard it. But it does need to connect. So the councillor did suggest that one of the recommendations of that process was to not support the Bob Cajun project. I think you said that. So I don't think it's out of order to bring it forward. Again, it just comes down to sort of what is the background information to then support that follow-up motion. Probably better to split them so that you do receive it and then it does truly be a follow-up motion as opposed to merging it in the one recommendation. But other than that, it's valid to put on the floor by procedure.
And that was my concern. Like, should it not be split because they're not completely
We can split it. Councillor Joyce.
I'm echoing Councillor Richardson. I'm just confused. So I wanted a recap of the motion. But let's split it and start again.
Okay, let's do it this way first. Let's receive it. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Warren and Councillor Perry to receive the presentation by the two students. All in favor? Okay, that's done. Now the second part of the motion is that for the natural gas expansion to Bob Cajun, the request is, go ahead.
Correct. That the City of Kawartha Lakes ask Enbridge Gas and the Ontario Energy Board to put the methane gas pipeline project on hold to allow for discussions with the Ontario government and for more analysis regarding the true cost of heating for the Bob Cajun area.
Okay. Clear as mud? Well, you already seconded it. Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I can support it or not, because I don't know if it puts the city in any sort of legal standing or peril of one. Like, have we agreed to back Enbridge through Fenland Falls, and have we agreed to any paperwork through Bob Cajun? And are we now undermining that application by passing this? Democracy was brought up, and part of democracy is competition. So if you think heat pumps and everything is cheaper than natural gas, then you really have some homework to do, because it's definitely not cheap. The payback time is probably measured in a decade, at least decade. if not more. And I'm not saying heat pumps, I put many of them in the houses I build now, but competition is competition. And when you say only 800 and some put natural gas in, well, maybe the other 600 are still in love with the oil furnace they have. You don't know what the other 600 are. So I don't know if until I get some more answers on legalities and homework done and all that kind of stuff, I don't think I can support just carte blanche putting a denial letter out there on something we might have already okayed. A former council might have already supported. So not a denial letter. It's
I'll ask the CAO to speak to that after. Councillor Richardson.
And thank you, and that's kind of in the same boat I am, because I am remembering the former council in term and whatnot, and to me, you know, we're not in the business to tell folks how to heat their home, and everything that I've been reading, and even the folks that have come and spoke, have said customer's choice is critical in this. So as far as I'm concerned, I can't at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I had a good long chat this morning, and it was a good one. I was asked to do my due diligence. Mr. Rappaport referred to a council doing due diligence. And as I said to Councillor Warren, I'd like to ask the CAO a question. After all my research, I don't believe this is our project to pause. So is that not a correct statement that this is, and I did mention that to Councillor Warren, is this even our project to pause? Because my understanding is that past council has supported these expansive projects.
The CAO will speak to it. I'm giving council a chance to ask some questions so he can put it into context. Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate an earlier question I had with the deputant there. I've heard, the special interest groups on both sides make their arguments, but I haven't heard what the Bobcaygeon residents want to hear. I haven't heard their voice.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the councillor bringing it forward, and this is what it's all about, discussing this issue, and everybody has the right to bring something forward. However, I'll just give you a bit of a history on this. So this started in 2019. We've had public meetings, at least one public meeting, 2 public meetings. Even during the pandemic, we had the public meetings. The previous council unanimously supported this, and here's a letter from previous Mayor Lethem, on April 21st, 2020, full support. Our former councillor Seymour Fagan and I worked at this. Talking about our people, my people, I have over 1,000 people with Bobcaygeon addresses, so let's not just say that they're my people, they're our people altogether. So I have over 1,000 people that have a Bobcaygeon address that go from Lakeview Estates right up to Meadowlark Crescent. So, and also here's the letter here from our CAO that was dated October 31st, not supporting the abeyance. And by the way, it was taken out of abeyance. Mayor Elmsley also supported that on the same date, October 31st, 2023, in his letter. Just going back in history, here's an article from the Lindsay Advocate. Enbridge gas expansion to Fenelon Falls, a big part of the country living show. The gas company is installing a 37-kilometer pipeline to expand its natural gas service area into Fenelon Falls, Cameron, and Cambrai. Natural gas burns clean and generates less waste and water pollution than other conventional energy sources. The pipeline is expected to be completed by spring of 2019, at which point Enbridge will give homeowners clearance to stop using their old heating systems and fully switch to natural gas. Here's a letter that we received from the Peterborough and Kawartha Home Builders Association. Without natural gas, communities across Ontario will feel the impacts of the decision of their everyday lives. And I'll just summarize: energy affordability, economic growth, energy access, and energy security. So I just listed just some of the businesses and people that are affected, and like was previous said, this is all about choice. Just starting from where they're going to start this, just near Lakeview, Shallore Park, just north of Peace Road. You've got Pigeon Lake. These are the places that could potentially have the choice that they could use natural gas, not methane gas, by the way. Pigeon Lake Resort, Park, which is owned by a company called Linwood, McCabe Tractor Sales, which I was just there, 400 people. They want to get gas line, they'll pay for it to come up. The community of Wispy Shores, the community of Lakeview Estates, 165 homes. Lonesome Pine Park Bridge, about 300 units. Happy Days Rentals, Victoria Place, 215 homes there. Summer Hill Resorts, Birch Cove Campground, 14 Estates, Boyer Ford Lincoln, McGregor Sports, Kawartha Craftsman, Kawartha Dairy, BMR, Buckeye Marine, and I haven't even mentioned hardly any of the businesses in downtown Bobcaygeon that would want to support this. So, they really have to have, they have the chance, they need the chance, they need the option to have this. So this has been going on for 5 years now, and I attended that Bill 165. I talked to the other side. I've talked to Mr. Rappaport. We talked last Sunday. Good guy, nice guy. We have a difference of opinion. That's fine. I have a difference of opinion with the Green Party leader, Mike Schreiner. He's a great guy to talk to. I talked to him. So I respect everybody's opinion on each side of it here, but let's talk about subsidies. That was brought up, and I'm just about done. So according to the Financial Accountability Office, the cost of the province of Ontario of the renewable generation subsidy is now $15.2 billion. So that's what we're subsidizing the renewables as well. So let's make sure that we account for that too. So it's all about choice, and we can't stop this project. It's gone through the democratic process, and it will go through. I'm tired of the dark money that's behind this, and I want people to be looking forward to the future. We're not going to put Bobcaygeon in the dark. They deserve better. So let's support this. Let's not support this motion. I'm serious, and let's be positive about Bobcaygeon. Bobcaygeon deserves what Fenelon Falls has and what Lindsay has. So they should be treated with just the same amount of respect as the other consumers of natural gas, and they should have the option if they so choose fit.
Thank you. I'll ask the CAO. He's heard some of the questions and some of the comments, and to address where we've come from and what this motion could mean to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And yes, I heard a lot of the comments. I was really going to focus, or was prepped on the process itself, but I think it does answer the questions fundamentally that Council's proposing. So this process actually started in 2015. We're about 9 years in overall, we being sort of the province and Enbridge, and there was consideration for expansions all over the province. Fenelon and Bobcaygeon, based on the size and scale, were shortlisted or priority ones in that assessment done by the province at the time. In 2017, the municipality was asked to formally weigh in or support projects locally. And what it was, the consideration was there was a subsidy by the province for individual projects, so capital expenditures, that the province was going to be funding portions of as well. In order for Enbridge to get access to that funding to move forward, local municipalities had to have a support resolution and had to be part of the support project. And so that is why in 2017, there was a formal report came forward. The two projects were outlined and exposed, and the council at that time received those reports, approved or support natural gas expansion projects within the city. So I'm just paraphrasing the resolutions, that the city of Kawartha Lakes contribute financially to the gas projects of Fenelon and Bobcaygeon. And it's essentially a tax incentive support. So it's a deferral of taxes over a 10-year period while those projects were put in. And that the mayor provide a support letter at that time for those two expansion projects, specifically in Kawartha Lakes. So that was approved in 2017. As a couple of you have, Councillor Ashmore, you described very well, in between, there was a number of then public meetings, details on those specific projects. Somewhere in that time frame, though, they got split. So they were originally looked at together with a bulk of projects. Fenland was then sort of characterized, or the phase 1 in Kawartha Lakes, and so there was a number of focus, and as you know, that project has just recently been concluded. Concurrent with that, Bobcaygeon was in the planning phases and stages. So Enbridge did the same, had their public information sessions. There was the ability to comment online. When I followed up in terms of the processes and timing, 2022 was really the next milestone for that project. That's where the OEB was saying, if you have any comments, if you want to have intervener status, if you want to be a participant, then you need to make that submission by that date. Obviously, that date has now come and gone. The position remained that the original approval and support stood, and that's what's in front of the OEB currently. My read of it is I don't think we can now get standing. It's very late in that process. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't made a decision on it, just based on the timing that they posted themselves. They should be making a decision on this project this spring, and then there's the next implementation phase. So my opinion, I don't think, Mayor, we have access formally to changing our position in the process for this particular project. So that's sort of a brief summary of the process. I certainly appreciate, as I understand the current motion, then it's to ask Enbridge, though, and now the province to agree to pause and to provide some additional information. I can't honestly comment on what the impact of that is going to be in front of the OEB. I feel like that process is essentially completed based on my description. But other than that, I'll pause there. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Would there be any liabilities on the city if we were to do this?
Through the mayor, thank you for that reminder. I mean, I think if you wanted a more formal position, I'd want to take that back. But my quick read of it is we did commit. We committed financially. That's our position in front of the board. So I think if we were to change that fundamentally now, it would also potentially impact that original subsidy that the province and the funding. It was all based on the council's support and the financial support as well at that time. So I would suggest that there's likely going to be some implications, but I'd have to look into them.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, you got a question?
Through you, it's a letter. It's not to change anything. It's just a letter to ask for more information and to pause to get that information. So it's not to actually change anything. It's just to pause to get more information, because a lot of things have changed in 7 years. You know, the cost has changed. The climate has changed. Competition Bureau, there are many facets to this. And it's just asking for some more information, because I want to get the best deal for everybody in the Bobcaygeon area, including Councillor Ashmore's people. So you have to have informed buy-in. That's the thing. You have to be informed. And as I said, a lot's changed in 7 years. So I'm not trying to change the whole deal. It's just to get more information. And why wouldn't we want to have more information to support our people, all our people? So I hope you'll support it.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm just wondering, do we have to pause to get more information? Why not just get more information? I don't see the need to pause. The wheels turn pretty slow upon all levels of government, and let's get the more information.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. I think we've been pausing for many years now, and all that information should have been available, so I don't know why it's not. I still believe that people have the choices to have whatever type of heat and what they want, so, and it's still the people's choice. If it goes through, they can still decide not to hook up, so, you know, it sounds like it's gone around the table here. A lot of everybody's got their own opinion and so on, but being paused for that many years, I don't know what we're gonna learn anymore. If you can't learn it in 7 years, then you aren't going to learn anything more next week. So that's what I'm saying. So.
Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, and just to reiterate it, I don't think we can pause. I know, and the comment is good. More information always helps everybody. But if you want to go after a cause, then let's demand that people in the waterfront put in heat pumps, and that we get rid of these oil tanks that are on the shorelines. Let's go after something realistic. And not a contract we've had on the books for 7 years now, or an agreement with the private company, and both levels, 3 levels of government. And so let's focus our attention on some of the real dangers that are out there, and these people with heating oil and environmental spills in our waterways, and you can't say they don't happen, because we deal with them every year. We deal with them. So I'm not going to support this one. Bring an issue back that we can get information on this anytime, but bring the real harmers back here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ash.
As far as dates go, like there were definitive dates that if you wanted to go to Bill 165, this is what everything is all hinged on. Bill 165, you had till the end of March to put your name in for your organization. I actually missed it by a day or half a day. It was the same day, but it doesn't matter. I was there and I took notes. But you have to keep an eye on what's going on, and there was Bill 165. So you have to meet those dates if you want to get a delegation to that hearing. So they should have really went to the hearing. So, it's basically, it is on hold. However, the Bill 165 is listening to Environmental Defense, who is appealing it, and then they can appeal it again. However, there's a time limit. I believe it's the end of May, but technically it's still on hold. But there are definite timeframes that you have to file for in order to make deputations and make submissions to the hearing. So, but like the CAO said, this has been going on. I didn't know it was that long. It was before I was on I wasn't on that term of council. So it's been going on since 2015, I believe you mentioned, 2015. So there we go. It's 9 years. So, so that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, I just understand why. I think the motion itself has kind of been captive by really big issues and really big positionings, when really a lot has changed. We have this investigation by the Competition Commissioner. I'm concerned, as I said before, about stranded costs at the municipality, the true costs for consumers, and I don't see any harm with, again, Councillor Warren's motion of sending a letter of request to pause and to get more information on those specific issues at this stage, and then move forward in an informed way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Do you want to sum up?
Through you, I think it's all been said. If to get this forward, just even not to put pause in, I just want a letter to go forward so we can get information that helps our ratepayers to heat their homes. What's better, this or that. It comes down to a money issue besides an environmental issue. So hopefully you'll support this, because a lot has changed in 7 years. I know a lot of people realize that, oh my goodness, the air wasn't so great last summer. We were all breathing smoke from out west. We're going to get more fires, more droughts, climate change. Climate change is real. So, and it's gotten worse in 7 years. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you. I would like a recorded vote, please.
Okay.
Okay, the motion on the floor for 9311, so recorded vote requested by Councillor Warren. Councillor Yo.
Opposed.
Councillor Joyce.
Opposed.
Councillor Perry.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Opposed.
Councillor Richardson.
Opposed.
Councillor Ashmore.
Opposed.
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Councillor Smeaton.
Opposed.
Mayor Elmsley.
Opposed.
7 opposed, 2 in favor. Motion fails.
So we already received the deputation. We don't have to do anything more with that. We'll move on to our next item, which is item 9324, downtown parking, and that's Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I've had the opportunity to speak with Manager Rojas, and we've talked about this project, and we're going to meet and talk about this project in full. And you know, I'm really familiar with this report because I was there as a business person downtown. So we're going to meet and go through the whole report and make some decisions from there, what needs to be done. And it also might be referred back to our capital budget come this year, but we'll find out that when we go through everything. So anyway, I'm just going to, as printed, with discussion that we're going to have in the future.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. 9326, Councillor Ashmore, is the Omimi Splash Pad feasibility review.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion here. Maybe I'll put the motion forward and then hopefully get a seconder and discuss it. That the report PR 2024-005 Omimi Splash Pad feasibility review be received, and a public meeting be held in the village of Omimi prior to June 1st, 2024 for public consultation on that topic.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Richardson. Do you want to?
Sure, I won't take too long, but I appreciate the support there, the seconder. So basically, I'm going into too much depth, but there's a lot here, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Just basically that, you know, this has been an ongoing project for almost 5 years now, because the people in Omimi have found that their beach is really unusable, and young families are moving in from all over the area. It's not just Omimi, the catchment area, but there's approximately 4,500 people from the greater area that would potentially use this. So we've got a lot of support from the community. Now, as far as raising the funds, we have so many people that are wanting to do this, and not only corporate donations, personal donations, service clubs. We've set up the Kawartha Foundation, and Canada Day, we're looking at 50-50 draws, a lottery. We're bringing in some people outside to help with us, and we'll announce that later date. But we have people in the community, tremendous support. Here's a letter here for $25,000 that this particular person would donate if we get this off the ground. Now, I could put a motion forward saying I want the splash pad right now, and I'm not sure that that would fly right now, but talking to my colleagues here, they made a lot of sense here, because what we need to do is let's have the people of Omimi and the surrounding area make the decision, not the consultant. Let the people make the decision and give them a chance, because the last public meeting we had, the weather wasn't great. We didn't get the greatest turnout, although the ones that did turn out, they did have, you know, they put their input in, but we need to get more people, and I'm confident more people will come. You'll have well over 100 people minimum, I would guarantee, that would come. So there's also things like we could use, there's lots that the city owns in Omemee that we could use to raise revenue. There's different ways of doing this. So, but there's also the report. So the report says that we need to do work on the park. So we do, because it's been neglected for quite a few years. However,
so Councillor, let's deal with this motion to get a public meeting on the splash pad and get the input from the people, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. I appreciate that. So I wanted to thank, just before I do that, I wanted to thank Director Shanks. He put it together. It was beyond his control, like trying to get these specific firms to do these projects, to do these studies. So we did. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the people that came and the public that wants to make this work. But I would therefore ask that we get this done right. And we have one more public information meeting before the 1st of June, and that's basically what I'm asking for right now, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, do you want to say something?
I will briefly, thank you, and I will support this at this time. The report that we did receive from Director Shanks was very well written, and there is some concerns when it comes about the water source sustainability, the financial impacts, but there's also that piece that this report came out before the last public meeting and there was some issues. And I think it's only fair to support Councillor Ashmore when it looks at those shareholders that may want to have that conversation with us, may want to actually, review the report, and we can have that conversation in the community to see if there's alternatives at that time. I just think this is the best way to handle it at this time. That one last shot to see where we're going, and we'll let the community decide. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to you, Craig, but before I do that, I'll go to the CAO who has something to say.
Just thank you, Mayor. More point of clarification, because it will be in short order. June 1st will come quickly. So is the intent, or I guess for clarity, staff to proceed with setting up a public meeting? Are we expecting the consultant to attend as well, because it was a consultant-driven report? Is it staff-driven? I just wanted to get a bit of clarity in that short period of time.
The clarity is that, yes, we would like staff to set up the meeting, and we would like the consultant there who wrote the report.
Then all I'll put is, I appreciate June 1st. We'll do it as soon as available, but that's based on a third party that has already done the work for us. So we just have to make sure their availability, but we will certainly target in short order based on what the resolution says.
Thank you. Director Shanks?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to piggyback a bit on what CAO Taylor said. So June 1st, while I recognize it is a month away, it will be tight. I've already communicated with staff, and that's going to be tight to do based on existing schedules, to advise that we probably will not have the actual consultants attend because that contract is closed. We just did the process of actually closing down that project. So there are no funds remaining in order to be able to pay him. We have the information. I don't think, while I recognize the comments, and certainly having more public consultation if it's desired, staff will follow up. I feel guilty saying that because it's not going to be me. It will be other staff in community services, but they will proceed with that. I don't think the message is going to change. I know the message won't change. Funding is an issue, as the report indicates, and the councillor has identified that it's potentially to be funded fully by the community. At the previous meeting, I will suggest that was news to the public that was there. They were not aware of that. But the bigger part of this is the water issue. And again, I don't know how to best say this because I've tried to, the report says it, I've tried to say it before. It's not the amount of water that is there. We recognize the pond is there. There's significant water there. But we require a permit to get that. The system that will be put in place to be able to have it there, we would probably need about 10 holding tanks to be able to meet the requirements for the gallons per hour that a splash pad would require. And because it needs to be treated water, the ability to treat that water in a timely way where on a 100-degree day or a 90-degree day in the city of Kawartha Lakes in the middle of July or the middle of August, when it is a busy park and kids continue to push, or adults that are enjoying the splash pad are pushing the actuator button, in all likelihood, there will be a time on the most important day of the year to have it that it ceases to operate because the water in the system has not been able to keep up with the need for it. So it's not the water that's in the pond beside it, it's the ability to provide the treated water to the system as we go. So from a pure standpoint of having another meeting, staff will do so and we'll be happy to do that. I just want it very clear that the information is not going to change from a standpoint of the capacity of water availability is what it is, and that's what will be shared. I know at the most recent meeting, again, there was 22 people there. We took it as a good number. We didn't have an issue with that. That's actually quite strong in regards to some other meetings that had taken place, not just in Omemee, but across the city. But there was comments about why is it being held at the Emily Omemee Arena instead of Coronation Hall. We would hold it at the arena again for the simple fact of parking. There is extremely limited parking at Coronation Hall, and if the intent is to attempt to have a higher number of people attend, we would host it at the arena because there is significant parking available there. So if we did have more than 100 people, parking is not going to be an issue. So that is, again, I want to be very clear that that's where staff would probably host it. And I think the notification on a public meeting is 3 weeks, so we should be good with that. But certainly the staff in community services that are in the office tomorrow will start this process immediately. And to the CAO's comments, hopefully it can be by June 1st, but we will do it to that as soon as possible time frame that he's identified.
Thank you for that. And I expect nothing else, and I think we owe it to the folks in Omemee to give them every opportunity to weigh in on this. Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to express that the work that was done and the money spent was, I think, well spent. I've already had an inquiry from a community in my ward about a splash pad, and with this wonderful report, like, I shouldn't say wonderful, I mean wonderful in the detail of it. I was able to explain that this, unless you're hooked up to a municipal water supply, it's just really not feasible. And we're moving in another direction now, just like that. So I think it was, I think you mentioned $5,000, Director Shanks? I think it was money well spent to understand what's involved here in a go-forward basis. Thank you.
So, Councillor Ashmore, I'll get you to sum up.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the comments. The Emily Omemee Community Center would be the perfect place because it is the biggest room and the largest parking lot. There won't be any hockey on at that time, so that's fine. That's great. I think it should be there. So the other thing is the people need to have input because we're not just talking about the splash pad, but we're talking about basically the whole redevelopment of the park and how the splash pad could fit into that whole project, that whole area. So it's not just about, you know, I don't think it should be negative. We're turning it into such a negative thing, and like, we can work these things out. We can talk about these things. And like the mayor said, the people need at least one more chance to have their opinions made or heard. And they also, at the same time, we're going to be talking about how we're going to be reconfiguring this this park, because it does, now it's all together now. So, but having staff would be fine. We don't really have to have the consultant there, so I think we'll be fine. Thanks.
Thank you. That was sum up. So, all in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Councillor Warren, proposed 9328, proposed heritage designation of 49 King Street. What's your wish?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that I make a motion that this go back to staff, so staff can work with the owner of 49 King to deal with some of the issues that she has brought up today in her deputation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
For an amended report?
Yes, and I'll receive the report.
Sorry, to amend Emily's report.
Sorry, didn't hear you. I'm not.
So the motion is to amend the report, to refer it back to staff for a consultation with the owner.
Absolutely.
Okay. Seconder is Councillor McDonald.
I'd like to speak to it if you don't mind.
We'll get Councillor Warren first. It's
Okay.
her motion.
Yeah, I remember when this came forward, and I asked staff if they'd been able to get a hold of the owner, and that was no. So now that the owner has come forward, I think that it would be only the good thing to do is to have them work things out with staff. So,
Is there a time frame?
oh, I guess, where are we? Third quarter or?
Okay.
First of the third quarter?
Deputy Mayor McDonald?
Yeah, thank you, through you. I just find it a little concerning that the owner of the building did not have an opportunity to discuss this. And we've talked about this before. I don't know why or how or whatever, but every avenue should be taken to make sure that anybody's property that's going to be designated heritage, that everybody does whatever they can to talk to the owner. So one hand, somebody says they aren't. It sounds like she was available. She owns a business there. I don't know what would be the big issue of not getting a hold of this person. But again, all this stuff should be done before it comes to council, and the person should be talked to, and then we wouldn't be doing this today. So I'm just concerned about how this thing is going, and this should not be coming to council until all these things are met and talked to, and then we wouldn't be discussing it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Same, echoing what Deputy Mayor McDonald said. I'm on the committee. I'm on the Heritage Committee, and I've said to them, I enjoy being on the Heritage Committee, but one of the things that we do not do a very good job in is contacting owners of these properties. I don't care if it's a numbered company. Sometimes they'll say, well, it's a numbered company. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a numbered company or not. There's somebody that should be contacted, and we could avoid all this stress and time and everything if we do it right. So we've really got to communicate and make sure that these people are notified first. I mean, that's a lesson learned. So, but
thank you.
Emily, I think Emily Turner's on.
Yeah, she is. I see her.
Yep, sure.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and I'm in the opposite mindset, just recognizing Bill 23 did change our optics on how we actually, we go out to do those recommendations is based on the Municipal Heritage Committee going to them. They forward it to council if there's any issues. The notice does go out through a formal process. Emily, if you want to just pipe in on that, just because I know Bill 23 did change how we do business.
Thanks very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important for council to recognize how the consultation process for heritage properties work. So in the past, prior to Bill 23, we very rarely designated properties where we didn't have an owner request. So several years ago, we would get someone who said, I'd like for my property to be designated. We'd say, great. We'd go through the process. We still get those from time to time, but our focus has really shifted with the provincial direction from Bill 23. So when we're doing our Bill 23 designations, we must follow the process that is outlined in the Ontario Heritage Act. And the Ontario Heritage Act is very explicit in that formal consultation with a property owner occurs after council has made a motion for that to occur. So the report that's before you for 49 King Street, as well as the other reports that are for the other designated properties that we're not discussing today, those reports don't designate properties. What they do is they get staff to send out a letter to the property owner saying, we're looking at designating your property. We're going to consult with you now. If you want to work with staff on this, fantastic. If you want to object to it, totally okay. We'll bring that forward to council. If you don't have any opinion on it, also fine. But I think the process, which is very clearly outlined in the Heritage Act, is something that council needs to remember when these are coming forward. We can't formally consult with a property owner without council direction.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Emily, and I do understand this, but we kind of did a little bit of a pause with Bigley's, so, that to give, staff the ability to reach out to them, to designate. We didn't do that right away. We did a pause. So that's why when I looked at this, that we should actually take a pause and have some sort of input into the process. Because I remember doing that as a motion.
For sure, yeah, and just through the mayor once again, to reiterate how the process works, if we touch base without a council motion, that is not consultation. That is an FYI to a property owner to say, hey, this is coming forward to council. We can't always do that because we don't always have that informal contact information for a property owner. And I think it's important for council to recognize that when people do know it's coming forward to council, we are not saying, are you okay with this? Would you like to contribute? We're saying, this is coming forward to council. You're going to get a letter in the mail so that we can do consultation. So that's how that process works behind the scenes. If you're thinking about what staff are doing outside of the sphere of council, there's a lot of stuff that's happening that you don't necessarily see. We do a lot of consultation with property owners, but after the motion has been passed, because that is how we're directed through the provincial legislation.
So, Councillor Warren, having heard that, what would you like to do?
I would still like to move my motion in that we did a pause for Bigley's to have some input, and then it came forward, and it's on the agenda today to go through.
So we're contravening provincial legislation.
So I did that before, though, with Bigley's, so I'm not sure.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? When we create a precedent that's contrary to legislation.
So how is it that, okay, I didn't really get an answer, sorry, Emily, on the Bigley's issue. You and I spoke, and you said, okay, we haven't been able to get a hold of them, and so we'll just put that on hold. So I don't see the difference on 49 King versus Bigley's, to be frank.
So when it comes forward again next month for something else in Bobcaygeon, you're going to do the same thing and the same thing, and we keep contravening provincial legislation.
I don't know why. Maybe Emily can speak to that, is how that happened. And
the bill says.
It's what the bill says through you.
So, but we're contravening it. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. So, so when this comes forward too, it's a provincial legislation, so we can agree with this today, but the person will still have the opportunity to speak and still oppose this going forward. So that's all I want. So that's the way it is. So we'll move forward. She can still oppose this and come back to us on that. Thanks.
If you pass it as it is, as printed, then the next step is the owner will get a letter saying that this is coming to council, and then the conversation can start. Councillor Joyce, did you wish to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say, it says right there, proposed heritage designation. It's not, we're not designating, proposed. It gets the process going. No need to pause.
So, Councillor McDonald, did you drop your second? Thank you. So, Councillor Warren, you want to move it as printed, and then the homeowner will be contacted, or the property owner will be contacted, and the process will start. Exactly what your motion wants.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Is there a seconder for Councillor Perry? All in favor? Thank you. That moves forward. Item 9329 is the access to the Stata property in Kinmount. We have Councillor Perry first, and then Councillor Richardson. Councillor Perry extracted it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I gotta intervene here. I missed this. I gotta recuse myself from this. I apologize for not bringing attention at the beginning of this meeting here, but every issue that comes up here, I remove my personal bias and really look at, you know, what's best for the community at large, or what constituents want. This particular stretch of road, I have too much. I can't remove the personal bias to make a
too much
fair,
skin in the game,
possibly. So should I just recuse? I'll just leave the room and come back. I don't want to be part of the discussion.
We'll come get you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. You can stay there. Okay. So, Councillor Perry.
Mayor, I didn't extract this, actually. Or if I did, it was
Councillor Richardson.
It's all me. No, I'm just kidding. I did extract this. I think we all were feeling fatigued by the end of the committee of the whole last time, and I was just wanting to verify. I mean, this was a very comprehensive report, and I know when I went through it, I was concerned with a few of the access options, taking into consideration that there's that risk to the city. And I don't think at the end, I just wanted to verify that I think we decided on an access 3, but at this time, I don't think that's the proper direction that council should be taking, because through the report, it's telling it's the rationale with staff saying this is not recommended. And I mean, we have a comprehensive report. Sometimes, we've got to dive in a little deeper and say, you know what, you're right, there's risk here, so we should maybe rethink how we ended that last one. That's why I've extracted it.
Do you have a motion?
This time, I think alternative access 1 would be the motion on the report from that.
Q, is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? Councillor Smeaton. Councillor Richardson, do you wish to speak to it?
I think I just summed it up. I was concerned with their liability to the city. I don't think we reviewed them quickly, we reviewed them probably too quickly, but I think at this time, recommendation alternative access 1 would be a priority at this time.
Q. Councillor Smeaton, do you want to say anything? Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yes, I do remember that, because you left that early that day, and I took over, and I remember it was option 3, which was basically the worst option that we had, but I think it was just one of those things that we had to make a decision, and we did that. So I agree that option 3 is not good, and I'll accept the fact that option 1 is a lot better. Thanks.
Thank you. All in favor? That fails. Councillor Warren.
Well, I have another resolution that staff work with Mr. Stata to develop an entrance off of the avenue in Kinmount so he can have access to his severed lot. So that doesn't take in any of those 1, 2, or 3 issues. It's up above and behind. He owns a chunk of land behind the cinema. So that would be my motion. So that takes that whole issue off the table.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Yeo. Do you want to talk to it anymore, or that's it?
Just briefly, I just think it's a good resolution, and if staff can work with them to have access for he's got a severance, so, so that could work. Thank you.
Councillor Yeo, do you want to talk to it?
Yeah, briefly, I think it's a good motion. I know the area quite well, and it is a bad corner. And for Mrs. Stata to have option 3, I think he's got to be told that he might have to put a lot of skin in the game, maybe for turning lanes and stuff like that to make it safe, because it could be a very bad corner by adding another entrance, because there are already entrances there. By adding one more, it could pose a problem in option 3. So I wouldn't deny somebody access. If option 3 was the only option, believe me, I would support it. But let's get some more talking done first. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richards.
So just for clarification, it'll be like an add-on to this report regarding looking at that new option only?
Councillor Smeed.
Yeah, I certainly support the concept of further conversation. I just wondered, is that not what the land management team would be for? Would be a situation like this to be presented to that forum and to come forward, or is that not how that works? And that's a genuine question. I picture things like this being, when I go to the land management team meetings, that this would be an item for that ward, but no, we just do it this way?
I think it's a public works issue. Director, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a brief comment. This is a public works matter. It's an entrance matter. Happy to work with the applicant on a potential other alternative. This wasn't raised by the applicant as an alternative, so it hasn't been considered by staff. If the applicant in fact owns that property to the back and out the other area that would gain access to, it would be a simple matter of putting an easement in favor of that parcel over that. So yeah, we're happy to have that continued conversation with the applicant.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. So it's a receive and an addition to the report to work with the homeowner. Okay, all in favor? And that passes. Councillor Joyce, you can come back in now. Last one from Committee of the Whole, 1037, is proposed rural zoning bylaw. Councillor Richardson.
So, hold on, that's the landing. Yeah.
Okay, that actually finished Committee of the Whole. We'll move to the Planning Advisory Committee, and that is item 10 on your agenda. We have correspondence from Planning Advisory. Nothing, and I need a motion that the Planning Advisory Committee meeting April 10th, 2024, and the Special Planning Advisory Committee meeting April 10th, 2024, be received and the recommendations included in the section of the agenda be adopted. Mover. What's that?
Save and accept 1037.
Save and accept 1037. I have a mover and seconder.
1041 is already it's already extracted. Yeah. Yeah.
So moved. Seconder? Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 1034 is
1037.
what?
1037.
Yeah, that one's not included. 10.3.7 is the only one extracted, because the other's extracted by.
Yeah, his is extracted already. Yeah.
They just cite the wrong.
Okay. What are we doing? 10.3.7. 10.3.7 is the proposed rural zoning bylaw. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I'm just giving a quick update, just being the council rep on the rural zoning bylaw. I do want to acknowledge that that report will be coming to the May 21st council meeting, as we did recognize the time frame would allow from our special council meeting on the PAC that on April 10th. It allows for the public and the committee comments to be addressed through the consultation process. And also that PAC and the Rural Zoning Bylaw Task Force have agreed to pick May 21st as that meeting. So that's one of the reasons. And that report is intended for that meeting is to address the final matrix. So that's what that's about. So we will be having that come to us. And it's just a quick update based on the timing.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you also wanted the rural zoning bylaw?
I'm fine. The director answered my questions on the date coming back. So did Councillor Richardson. It's coming back to May 21st. Yeah.
Cool. And Councillor Perry, you also had extracted the rural zoning bylaw, I believe.
I'm getting a lot of extractions today, Mayor. I don't recall. I had two.
I get emails from you. It says Mike Perry. So.
I'll bet you a quarter.
No. Okay. Councillor Warren, you wanted...
Just have a question about the resolution itself, that we're passing something today for another meeting. I guess it was just the resolution itself. And in the report, I know that there's a resolution from EAC that's not in there because it probably came just after that public meeting. But also one of the members who was speaking for himself and has brought things to light over the whole time the rural zoning bylaw has been talked about, and that wasn't there either. So I guess my first question is the resolution itself, that we're moving something today that I've never seen a resolution like that, that's all. So maybe I'd ask the CEO.
This is the resolution that was passed at the Planning Advisory Committee, so we can't change it. Okay, that's what was passed. You will have an opportunity at May 21st to talk about anything and everything that's there, so. Okay? Can I have a motion then as printed? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. Everybody good? All in favor? And that's passed. Now we'll go on to 10.4.1 or 10.4.11.
One is the recommendation from PAC. So do you want to receive the recommendation or not?
Okay, 10.4.1 is a recommendation from the Planning Advisory Committee that council be notified that the Planning Advisory Committee does not support the staff recommendation as printed on report Plan 2024-019. Councillor Smeaton had extracted that. So, Councillor, Over to you.
Well, with you, Mr. Mayor, as we discussed, if I'm not mistaken, I'd like to ask the clerks, I think what I need to do here is accept as to receive 10.4.1, which is simply the acknowledging that the Planning Advisory Committee did not support the staff recommendation, and then it's 10.4.1.1 that I would be speaking to. Is that not correct, clerk?
That's correct. So it is a recommendation from the Planning Advisory Committee, 10.4.1. So council has the option to receive the recommendation or to take no action on the item.
So I'd like to motion to receive 10.4.1, please.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Richardson. All in favor? That's passed. Now we're on to 10.4.1, which is that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment substantially in the form attached as Appendix D to Report Plan 2024-019 be adopted by council and the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the documents required by the approval of this application. I think Councillor Smeet.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd like to make a motion that Report Plan 2024-019 be sent back to staff to offer consideration to the developer of 2 units at this location.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Warren. Do you want to speak to it?
I had some good advice from the deputy mayor recently, and I mean that very genuinely. Sometimes less is more. And this community has worked so hard. Everything's been said to the committees. That's why we have them. And everybody here knows how strongly I feel about this. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Seconder want to speak to it?
Yes. That's what I tried to do at the planning committee meeting, but it just all went sideways. So I think this is a good resolution, and that's why I'm seconding.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce?
Yeah, I got a bit to say here. And I think we all know people on Walker Street. I have friends on Walker Street, probably listening, watching me right now. And I've gone to the property and I've talked to Councillor Smeet and I've heard his side of the story, but here's where I'm having difficulty with it. There's no safety issue. Every single department has passed this and has recommended approval to go ahead. The developer voluntarily reduced the footprint from 25% from 8 to 6. The community wants 4. In a lot of respects, they've met them halfway. They're talking about excessive cars on the street. Well, I drove on the street and all of the other residents with their double wide driveways and double garages have, on average, 2 cars parked in the driveway. So assume another car parked in the garage. They got 3 cars per home there. This development will only be 1.7 cars per home, or adding 5% of traffic volume to the street. I also noticed in the planning committee minutes that a motion was made that be denied for excessive density. Motion failed. That the application referred back to staff for further consultation. Motion failed. That referred back to staff for recommended modification, 2-plex proposal. Motion failed. This is at the planning committee. So this is exactly what we're looking for, intensification in our downtown cores of affordable housing, smaller units, get more people with housing. I just don't see it yet as being a problem. I've looked at the footprint. So I need a good argument that has not been presented yet to work against this. I just don't understand it. It's the type of thing we need when we have properties to infill. We got to go up and go small to help solve our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the previous speaker. I will support this motion because this motion, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is asking to go back and staff to not negotiate, but to, I guess, feel out the developer to see how he'd feel about doing 2 instead of 3 units. Absolutely, it's called communication. So I'm willing to see how that goes. But like the last speaker said, there's no justification not to allow it. It meets every test of the Planning Act, of our official plan, the provincial policy statement. So out of respect for the neighborhood, absolutely go back for some more communication, some more back and forth, and see how they feel about that proposal, and see what comes out of that. And then at that point in time, to be I guess a tough decision to make for some around the table, and one that you'll have to justify to all sides. So that's where I'm at. But I will support this one for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Deputy Mayor McDonald first, and then I'll go to Councillor Richardson for sum up.
Yeah, through you, thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Sorry, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Yeo, mentioned this is the respect for the neighborhood, and I think we owe it to the respect for the neighborhood. They've lived there all their lives, and I think we owe that respect to the neighborhood to give that opportunity to talk to the developer to see if we can do that. I think we owe that to the people, and I'll support the motion.
I'll go to you, CAO. What's the clarification you'd like?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So because it's a Planning Act decision, council is essentially saying to refer it back to staff for an alternative, so a 2 units. So just to clarify, are you expecting that this is going to come back through PAC and the public process, or has that passed and it's essentially a conversation and then staff will bring back an updated recommendation report directly to council? So that's the first question. The second is, what would be the timeline associated with that as well? Because I know the process is, or they're relying on sort of a processing time period.
I would expect it to come back to council, not through PAC. And what kind of timeline are you looking at?
Like, honestly, aren't there set timetables in the Planning Act that tells us it's got to be back before a certain amount of time, or it automatically passes, or it's already passed? Or
I think that ship sailed because it's gone through iterations, it's gone back and forth at the PAC level. And again, now it's coming forward to council for a decision. You're just deferring that decision. So I'm not saying this to respect the Planning Act prescribed timelines. We're already past that 90 days, I would suggest, for zoning. But it's because the public's been following it. I think if we have a fixed timeline, and then we can also, staff can then also negotiate in good faith with the owner or the applicant as well, so that there's a quick timeline coming back to council.
How do you feel about June's council meeting?
And I don't know if the director wants to confirm.
Director?
Yeah, we're ready to move at council's will. I'll note that the applicant has left, so wouldn't be here to speak to that, but we're prepared to have a matter both discussed for the negotiated and come back in a month.
And is June a good date? June council meeting?
Is the smoke coming in? Yeah, we're comfortable coming back June or sooner.
Thank you. You want to sum up, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, June's great, and I appreciate all the input at the table. It's been a lot of work's been put into this by a lot of people, and I think enough said. I really do. I'd like a recorded vote, please, and the motion's on the floor, and we'll go with that.
Thank you.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Smeaton regarding the motion on the floor for item 10.4.1.1. Councillor Ashmore.
In favor.
Councillor Joyce.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Perry.
In favor?
Councillor Richardson.
In favor.
Councillor Smeaton.
In favor.
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
In favor.
And Mayor Elmsley.
In favor.
Unanimous.
Okay, that takes us out of planning. And Councillor Perry, you have the consent agenda for reports.
Well, yes, I do, Mayor. It is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Yeo, that all of the proposed resolutions shown in section 11.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by Council in the order that they appear on the agenda and subsequently numbered, save and except for none.
11.1.3 and 11.1.4.
Thank you, Mayor. I so move, seconded by Councillor Yeo.
All in favor? And that's passed. 11.1.3 is the high water bill for 5 Princess Street East, Fenelon Falls, and that's yours, Councillor Perry.
Yes, this one I did extract, Mayor. We can certainly agree on this one. This was the case, and we heard a deputation at Committee of the Whole, resident in Ward 3 who received a water bill of more than $5,000 for a term where the regular water bill is around $282 during a similar period of time. For those of you who've had a chance to review the staff report, there was an inspection done on the meter, and the conclusions were that it's in working order, no malfunction, no evidence of a leak, and importantly for me at least, no evidence of excessive water usage. Now, there is a front lawn that is discussed in the report as perhaps some of the use of this water, and that perhaps some of the watering of the front lawn was done. I went and looked at the premises twice, talked to the homeowner, who I've assessed her credibility as excellent. That again, the front lawn and the back lawn look nice, but I'm not convinced that it would take that much water. I did the calculation from the report at $32 an hour for watering, and to get to $5,000, that would be 40 hours a week of watering nonstop for 4 months, if my math holds. And so again, I'd like to thank Director of Corporate Services for talking to me, Ms. Loetti, OC. Also, thank you for chiming in. What my inclination is, absolutely, is given the report that can't find excessive uses determinatively beyond some speculation, I don't have any disrespect. And as the Director of Corporate Services mentioned, we are installing new technology to be able to detect those kinds of uses. But to me, in the absence of that, ties go to the runner. And my motion will be that this, because this is clearly, in my view, on weighing the evidence in my judgment, some kind of error or a malfunction of some kind with that kind of bill, that they receive the full relief of $4,745, which reduces their bill to a normal bill of the higher range of $282 plus their $197 manage their basic fixed charges of $197.25. And so I would like to move that motion there, that they receive complete relief other than their $282 charge as a comparator, and their $197.25 for fixed charges, which brings the relief to $4,745.63. Once the new meters are installed and we're able to move forward, perhaps there'll be more information and more evidence for us to be able to weigh when something this on its face outrageous in terms of billing comes before us. I so move.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Warren. Did you want to speak to it anymore, Councillor Perry?
I don't.
Councillor Warren, did you want to speak to it? Deputy Mayor McDonald.
I'd like to hear from Linda, because I've got one of these going myself here, and there's a process to be followed, and I just wanted to make sure that the whole process has been followed, because the meter has to be sent away to fix, because I'm going through this right now, and there's a lot of things that have to be done. So I'd like to hear from Linda.
Hello, everyone. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there is a process. In this particular incident, it was a brand new home. So we did the installation in this brand new home almost seemingly before they actually occupied the home. So there is going to be no issue with the meter. It's brand new. So we didn't send it away for testing. In this particular case as well, the anomaly was really there was a high consumption period. There were decimal places in this case that were moved, just the way that the data came into our system. It was caught, corrected, and consequently, there was a period of high consumption that was billed in around the January timeframe of this year, but the consumption had happened in a previous quarter. The policies that we have in place do allow us to do what's called a catch-up bill when we know that the meter is reading accurately. Since that point in time, the meter's been fine. It's been consuming. We've done check reads multiple times, and so we know that the consumption is fair and the meter's operating properly. Does that make sense? Yes? So in other instances where we've had a property owner question whether the meter is operating, generally speaking, it's a little bit of an aged infrastructure. And so, yes, we do take those out. We send them away for testing. As you well know, we're dealing with one right now, and I'm currently responding because we got the report, which is good news. So yes, in those cases, we want to make sure that we do our due diligence and are transparent to the utility billing account holder, that we've had an independent party test the meter to make sure that it is operating within the acceptable standards. So yes.
So the process really is the meter is supposed to be sent away to be checked. That's usually that's what I'm going through right now, is that the meter has been sent away. We're waiting for it to come back and waiting for the details. So because this meter wasn't sent away because it was new, is that the reason why we didn't send this meter away?
Yeah, so it was a brand new meter, and the consumption is more normalized, right? So we're right back to a normal consumption, which proves that the meter is registering appropriately.
Also, in the process, and I know this only because I'm going through this, is that they're supposed to have a plumber come in and evaluate everything in their house to make sure it's working properly and so on. So was all that done?
Right. So in this case, again, it was a brand new property. The son of the property owner was the project manager. And so he assured that, in his opinion, in his professional opinion, that there were no leaks. Again, painfully, I might add, because of the billing cycle, because of these things, we don't know, right? We're not there. We're not intimate with each individual's consumption. I guess just fundamentally, I would just say that the water meters are predicated on what's called positive displacement. And that's it's a technical term, but essentially what it means is the water has to flow through the measuring mechanism to make those dials turn. We have no capacity at the city to alter the way that measuring mechanism works. So we don't wave a magical wand, the flows don't change. So if there's an issue with pressure, if it's a low pressure, it's actually to the customer's benefit, because at low pressures, it takes more effort because there's friction in those mechanisms to actually turn. So you get a lower reading when we're in a low flow situation. These are all the things that we hear from our customers. In essence, they operate within a very, very small standard. It's generally speaking plus 2 or 2.5%, plus or minus, and they're pretty tight. I haven't, in the 6 years I've been here at the city, I actually haven't had one water meter testing come back with outside of the standard. So that gives you a sense. We don't do them a lot, but we have sent, I'm going to say probably about 10 to 12 away, one being your most recent one, and they've always tested within the standard accuracy ratings.
Any idea how this happened then? Is this something that we just flip a coin on? And I don't understand. Like, if that's 5,000, that's a lot of water. That's a lot of water.
I feel that the report captures some very plausible instances where you would see that, and we do see that. We speak to our residents who potentially are watering their lawns, are, hot tub, pools. You would see that sort of consumption in those instances. And I think, just interestingly enough, Director Shanks brought up the fact of, the consumption, if we look at some of our consumption that the city pays for operating the splash pads, and if we start to look at the flows and the cost of running those, we do see those bills. So,
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just want to point out that it's a new build. The high consumption rate was the quarter of April 1st to June 30th, most likely when the new sod was put down, and I think that's what happened here. That's the answer, is it was heavily watered with new sod. The residents probably had no idea that it was going to cost them a lot of money, but I think that's the crux of the matter right here. And I think we got to be fair to the taxpayers of the whole city. And I'm afraid of precedent, so I'm not going to support Councillor Perry's motion. But we do have precedent of well, I think it's right in the policy there, we can, $1,500, I think it is. So I'd be willing to look at reduction of that, given that they are probably completely unaware that what they were doing was costing them a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when I was listening to you, Linda, you said that there could be a problem with a decimal point. So in the billing. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So I'm just following up on that.
So in this case, this was a new meter replacement. With the new meters, there was some data integration issues. This was one of them. We caught it. It was fixed, and so that's why they had what was called a catch-up bill. It's the anomaly. It's the rarity and not the norm with regards to our billing. Yeah.
Councillor Perry, do you want to sum up?
Sure, Mayor, if I could. I would just like to, note that I appreciate the comments. I just respectfully disagree that there are plausible explanations aside from the meter went haywire. I agree with Deputy Mayor McDonald. It seems like the case of the crazy meter because the residents can't explain it. In the report itself, it said no evidence of plumbing issues or a false read, and it said that their water must go through the meter. There's no evidence of excessive water use. Pool, hot tub, skating rink, none of those things were found as evidence. Data and evidence suggests conclude that there was no excessive uses. There's an implication, though, of perhaps watering grass. I really don't think we can charge someone $5,000 on an implication at this stage. Maybe next time, once, as the Director of Corporate Services said, we have better meters, that the new meters are installed to catch this. Speculation costing $5,000 is a lot of money. Again, we're not saying that the resident here gets off scot-free, but to me, all evidence points to the meter or a problem with this $5,000 out of nowhere, not looking at kind of ways it might have happened to explain it away. So again, my motion is that they still pay the $282.17, which is their normal billing period, apart from this, crazy anomaly, plus the $197.25, which is the fixed rate. And I put that motion for your vote.
Thank you. All in favor? That passes. Next item is 1114, surplus disposition. Councillor Ashmore.
I'm okay, Mr. Mayor. I had a talk with Director Bookaboom on these items. I'm okay for my...
Do you want to move it as printed?
Unless somebody else has questions on it. I'll move it, yeah.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that passes. And that's the end of consent agenda. So, hang on, I got to fumble with paper here. Item 12. Item 12 is petitions. The 12.1 is a request for speed limit reduction on Hazeline Road from Ski Hill Road to County Road 10, former township of Manvers. A complete copy of the petition with 25 signatures is available at the city clerk's office for viewing. Councillor Richard.
Thank you, and through you, I just want to receive the petition, and I just want to make a note that this is the second petition on this road. The first one came November 21st, 2023, just last fall. This road has received rural resurfacing, and I know that our staff has been in conversations with the township of Cavan Monaghan because it is a shared road, and I know that we're looking at the installation of some requested speed signage at locations and possibility of some center line painting on the crest of the hills. So I recognize that this first petition came during winter operations, so we couldn't do anything. Now that we're going into spring operations and the second petition's received, I'm just hoping that we can move forward and get a few things sewn up for these folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. 12.2 is a request for area improvements surrounding Devan Court, Lindsay, and the Red Pines Estate townhouses in Lindsay. A copy of the petition with 20 signatures is available in the city clerk's office. Deputy Mayor, are you moving that?
Yes, I'll move that, but I'll make a comment. Like I wasn't called on this one, but I see that. I know the area. I know that where the garbage was, got lots of complaints that garbage was all over, ended up on the main street, or on the road, so I can understand why they want that moved. So I think something should be looked at going forward to see if we can help them out in that area.
So you want the petition referred to staff?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? That's passed. No other new business, well, there is. There's a memorandum regarding the establishment of the City of Kawartha Lakes OPP Detachment Board. I don't know. I have a motion. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren. You okay to move that? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Joyce, I think you have bylaws. And we have one extraction from bylaw. Councillor Smeaton, what's the number of that? 14.1.11.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we have here that the bylaws shown in section 14.1 of the agenda, namely items 14.1.1, 2 and including 14.1.27, with the exception of 14.1.11, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Warren.
All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Smeaton, what is your wish with 14.1.11?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I defer to the Director of Engineering, please.
Director?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this bylaw was initially brought forward to restrict some parking in the area around the school, in particular near the crossing guard that was stationed there. There's other implications to restricting parking, the availability of parking, the location of available on-street parking. So I would recommend that we remove this from the agenda, and staff will bring a report outlining various different options to a future committee of the whole for discussion.
Thank you. So you're moving that it be removed?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? What's that?
And a report back.
And a report back. Councillor McDonald, you're fine with that? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. We now have item 14.2.1, which is a bylaw to provide for a minor improvement on drainage works in the city of Kawartha Lakes, known as the short and two-way drain. Remember that? That a bylaw to provide for minor improvements on drainage works in the city of Kawartha Lakes, known as the short and two-way drain, be read a first and second time, provisionally adopted and numbered. I have a mover and seconder, Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren. We were all there way back when. All in favor? And that's passed. I now need some help with 14.2.2. Okay. So we're now on to item 16, which is closed session. I need a motion to adopt the closed session agenda. I have a mover and seconder, Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's carried. Just sit still for a minute. Item 16.2, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in closed session items? Seeing none, if any arise, let the chair know. We'll deal with them accordingly. At this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the items under 16.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hand that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the following motion? That council convene into closed session at 5:18 p.m. pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in section 16.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, namely items 16.3.1 and including 16.3.12. Mover, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Perry, all in favor? At this point, the meeting broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast on Cable and Rogers Ignite will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of the CAO, City Clerk, and City Solicitor, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and council chambers at this time. And we'll take, let's come back at 5:25. Okay, we just need Clerk Joel to do the open session. We're back online, so.
Okay, matters from closed. Item 16.3.1, confidential closed session minutes. The confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of March 19th, 2024 were approved. Item 16.3.2, a motion is required that the following member of the public be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment, Eric Finn, for a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed.
Item 16.3.3, a motion is required that the terms of reference for the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee be amended to permit a non-voting youth advisor role as a pilot project ending December 31st, 2024. That the age requirement for Section 1.1 of Policy CP 2022-031, being the Council Committee, Board, and Task Force policy, be waived to permit the youth advisor on the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee. That a youth advisor be appointed to the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2024, and that staff report back to Council with an overview of the Student Advisory Pilot Project for the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee by the end of Q4 2024. And that Ola Pasternak be appointed to the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee as a representative from Kawartha Region Conservation Authority with a term ending December 31st, 2026, and that Josh Feltham be appointed to the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee as a representative from Fleming College with a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Moved by Councillor Warren, seconded Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed.
Item 16.3.4, Council approved the 2024 Accessibility Awareness Recognition Award recipients. Item 16.3.5, a counter offer for the Shoreline Road allowance adjacent to 29 Fox Beach Lane, Carden, was provided to Council. Council provided instruction to staff. Item 16.3.6, an update was provided regarding negotiations pertaining to a lease agreement for the marina located on city property. Council provided direction to staff. Item 16.3.7, the city solicitor presented information to Council for its consideration pertaining to an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for Kings Bay Golf Club Limited to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw affecting 27 Stubb Road and associated application for a plan of subdivision to support a proposed redevelopment of a former golf course into 46 lots for single detached dwellings. Council provided instructions to the city solicitor. A motion is required that the city that the city is not willing to accept the parkland dedication proposed by Kings Bay Golf Club Limited in respect of the proposed development at 27 Stub Road, and that council will require a payment of cash in lieu of parkland as a condition of any draft plan approval granted to the proposed development.
Mover. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed.
Item 16.3.8, the city solicitor received instructions pertaining to the necessary amendment to the existing agreement between the city and Flato Lindsay Community Inc. et al., associated with Ministerial Zoning Order Amendment Number 4. Item 16.3.9, a motion is required that Miller Waste System be selected for the award of a single source contract for the processing of and disposal of single or source separated organics per 2023-99-RFI, implementation of a source organics program part 2 for 5 years, that an additional 5-year term renewal be awarded subject to satisfactory performance, annual City of Kawartha Lakes Council budget approvals, mutual agreement, and the same terms and conditions of the original contract will apply except for the unit pricing, and that subject to the receipt of the required documents, that the Director of Public Works be authorized to execute the agreement to the award of this single source.
Mover, Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor, and that's passed.
Item 16.3.10, Council provided direction on the negotiation of a limited service agreement for Gillis Street. Item 16.3.11, a motion is required that staff be authorized to negotiate with the Victoria Vacant Land Condominium Corporation and CCCC Balsam Limited to establish the future ownership, operation, and cost allocation of the water and wastewater systems, and that staff be directed to commence billing for utilities as of January 1st, 2024, and continue billing pending outcome of the above noted negotiations.
Mover, Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor? All in favor? And that's passed.
Item 16.3.12, Council received an update on meeting protocols and security.
We need a motion.
No.
Okay, and we're done?
That's my bit done.
Okay.
We got
Item 18. Additional bylaws. I need a motion number 1, that a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-184, being a bylaw to appoint a committee of adjustment for the City of Kawartha Lakes, be read a first and second time. Have a mover and seconder. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Motion number 2, that section 1.01 of the bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-184 be amended to remove Alexandra Scarr from the list of members appointed to the Committee of Adjustment, and that section 1.02 of the bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-184 be amended to add Eric Finn to the list of members appointed to the Committee of Adjustment. Mover, Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. Motion number 3, that a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-184, being a bylaw to appoint a committee of adjustment for the City of Kawartha Lakes as amended, be read a third time and final time, passed, number, signed, and the corporate seal attached. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. More. And we'll do item 19, which is confirming bylaw. Councillor Ashmore.
Confirming bylaw, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Smeaton, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
All in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Smeaton. Thank you all.